A very good afternoon, everyone. Can I please request everybody to be seated as we are about to begin with a much awaited event of the day, Mobexx 2022 Summit and Awards. Two parts of this wonderful afternoon. The first part, which will be the summit that involves various panel discussions, topics that will be covered in and around the industry, followed by the award ceremony. And we would like to begin with the first part of the day, which is the summit of Mobexx 2022 here at Gurugram. Like all of you know, this event is an attempt to decode the mobile marketing environment and predicting the upcoming trends that could exist, say, in the next 5 years as to how new revolutions and new changes could come and how spearheading changes will affect the mobile ecosystem in India. The last 5 editions of Mobexx Summit, like you all know, has been a one-day event, and that's the same this year as well. We try to bring in the most successful mobile and marketing leaders together, try to listen to them and hear their insights on various topics, and with the expertise, of course, carry home a few points as to how we could implement it in our own respective sectors of the industry and make it our priority. Today, we will also have topics that will range from mobile strategies to marketing and further development, not just panel discussions, but we also have a few solo presentations that will be done and keynote addresses, followed by Mobexx Awards 2022, which will happen later in the evening. And we would now like to request Bijoya Ghosh, founder and CEO of AdGully, who are the instruments to ensure that this event takes place from the last 5 years, their brainchild, various topics that they cover every year, and this year Mobexx, of course, has its own subject, like all of you know. And can I please request Ms. Bijoya Ghosh to join us on stage and to take us through what this evening is going to be like. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madhu. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, and good to see a full house, I think, after a long time again. And thank you, all of you, for coming to be a part of our 6th edition of Mobexx 2022. And I welcome you all with us today. This is one of our marquee events, which we've been doing for the last 6 years. After Digix, this is one of our biggest events. Over the last 5 years, several important revelations and predictions have been made by the industry leaders at this forum that are now spearheading changes in the mobile ecosystem in India. The focus on the mobile marketing throughout 2022 has been sharper, especially with the launch of 5G in India, greater usage of AR/VR and AI/ML, and a lot of other technologies. The speed of innovation also picked up to drive brands' mobile strategies. Gaming and commerce are driving in revenues for the mobile marketing business, with mobile gaming advertising registering a 2 times growth in ad spends as per an InMobi report. Standing at the cusp of a new year, it is now time to look forward at how the mobile ecosystem will grow in the year 2023. What are the trends to look out for? What would the growth drivers be? As for many businesses, the rapid adoption of metaverse is worth keeping a sharp eye on, especially in the field of mobile marketing. Gaming, too, will be a massive growth driver. With 70% of the consumers preferring to use their mobile phones to make transactions, mobile commerce is another area of huge interest for brands in the coming year. Added to this mix will be features like one-click ordering, social commerce, retail mobile apps, AR, VR, chatbots, and voice searches. To understand the growth projections, PwC expects mobile internet ad revenue in India to reach rupees 22,325 crores in 2025. Sorry, I beg your pardon. PwC expects the ad revenues in India to reach rupees 22,000 plus crores in 2025. Dear friends, to decode and fully understand the growth potential, Mobexx 2022 has an illustrious lineup of speakers who will share their valuable insights as well as experience to effectively tap into the burgeoning ecosystem. Once again, a very warm welcome to everyone to take part in discussions on one of the fast-moving industries in India. Before I leave the stage, I would like to thank our sponsors, Hybrid, Chingari, Zapads, and Joy Cosmetics, who've helped us in putting this event together. Last but not the least, speakers who've made their time to be a part of this. And of course, my team, who always stands by me. Whatever rubbish I do, they're always there to support me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, and it's nice to have a full house, like she said, and mobiles have become inevitable, a part of our lives. No matter what, it could be smartphones or non-smartphones. I don't think there's anybody in India, at least in parts of Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, who don't have mobile phones. It's reached villages, and it continues to grow. So as to how mobiles and the marketing around mobile phones can be used in the next 4 or 5 years, like she said, is what will be discussed throughout the day. But this event wouldn't be possible if not for our sponsors, and we'd like to heartily thank all of the sponsors who have made this event possible. Our gold partners, Hybrid, Web3 technology partners, Chingari, world's largest, fastest growing on-chain social app, innovation partners, Zapads, and gifting partners, Joy Cosmetics. And we have a quick AV that will take us through the event for the day, which is Mobexx 2022 Summit Awards, as well as a AV on our sponsors. Can we have it on the big screen, please?
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingari Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingari and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
In visual advertising. InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects, artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is InVideo, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of in-visual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high-quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
And without further delay, we would like to begin with our first session for the day. The subject being Increasing Connect, Reach and Market, Lessons from Bharat for Mobile Marketers. Sessioning this chair, we have with us Lloyd Matthias, angel investor and business strategist. Joining us in the panel, we have Anita Nair, COO, Media, Branding and Communications, Patanjali. Archana Agarwal, Vice President, Media, Airtel. Dipinder Singh, Vice President, Marketing, Pristine Care. Harish Aswani, AVP, Digital Marketing and E-Commerce, Medanta. Shantanu Chauhan, Associate Director, Marketing, Noise. And Saumadeep Chatterjee, Director, Brand Marketing, Snapdeal. Can I please request you to join us on stage? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Madhu, for introducing the panel. And thanks, Bijoya and Mobexx team, Team AdGully, for doing this event. I think you managed to get a great collection of people involved with the mobile and the mobile industry and the mobile marketing space. So thank you for inviting us. To kickstart this channel, we've got a good mix of people from various categories, right? From Airtel, who of course is, besides being a telco operator, also has a big business in terms of as an advertiser. People can actually advertise on the Airtel platform. And there are brands, there are users that have penetrated really deep. Anita from Patanjali, they go deep down the socioeconomic spectrum. But just to lay a context, if I could say, I think what has happened at two levels, at 2016 when Jio launched, and again at 2020 when the pandemic hit us, is that mobile penetration has gone deeper down the socioeconomic strata. But not just mobile voice penetration, I think the real explosion has been data, right? So when 2016, when Jio launched, they actually crashed the prices of data. And today, a lot of our economy is actually reaping the benefit of the lowest cost data in the world. And that has opened up a whole ecosystem of businesses that till about a decade ago was inconceivable. The fact that you go down to very small towns, we're talking of around 700 to 750 million Indians who in some form are able to access the internet, right? And we're talking of around 400 million people who actually transact or do some e-commerce through the mobile phone. The important point to remember in this entire exercise is that for a lot of these users, the mobile is their first interface with the internet. Unlike all us guys who had the privilege of having laptops and computers and have seen web interfaces, for them, the mobile is the primary interface. And very often, they do almost all they do through the app ecosystem. So I think that's just a quick background. A minor challenge, but something that we have to recognize, is also there is a certain limited real estate available on a smartphone, right? A lot of us live our lives by apps, but there's a finite number of apps that can sit in, right? Some of us prioritize in terms of transportation apps, in terms of e-commerce apps, in terms of social media apps, in terms of chat apps. And also people are conscious about the fact that the more apps you have, it drains your batteries faster, so that's another challenge. What I'm going to do is do a quick round robin and ask each of the people on the panel, how do they use the mobile ecosystem? And to start with, how big do they see the opportunity in Bharat, in rural India, in small town India, a lot of whom are first-time users of the internet? And to what extent are they able to be able to leverage this? So maybe I'll start with Soumyadip, and love to get Snapdeal's perspective in terms of how do you, I know that a lot of your focus is beyond the top 20 cities, and how do you move on? So you just talk through how big you see the opportunity is and some of the things that you do.
So Snapdeal is obviously all things Bharat, and we have been focused on this market since for the past 3-4 years now. The challenge initially was obviously to get people to understand that that value lifestyle can happen and you can shop it. You don't need to go out and go to the nearest, say, the market. Because the challenge with Snapdeal, the main competitor of Snapdeal is none of these other value e-commerce players. It's actually that local market that people would very comfortably go in. So it was very important for us to give that sort of warm experience, because across, whenever we were talking to customers, we realized that why they love shopping at the local market is confidence. Because when that guy from tier 2, tier 3 walks into a mall, he or she feels that I am very limited by my choice. I can only choose from what I can afford. So that was step number one, to make sure that everything is affordable. So today, 95% of all Snapdeal products which are listed are under 1,000. And 80% is at 750 and lower also. So then the customer feels very comfortable. Here, I can buy whatever I can. And that's also sort of a mentality shift that as a team, marketing team, and as a company we had to do. Because sitting at AC offices in Delhi, Bombay, we often tend to think like us. So for us, mobile for Bharat and mobile marketing for Bharat is actually not about one big idea or two big ideas and doing something like a big event once a year and then attract crowds. It's about doing those 100 small changes that happens throughout the year to make sure that the brand experience matters. Because these guys are not necessarily brand hungry. Had it been so, then they wouldn't buy value, right? They would only buy, say, a Levi's cut denim. They would not come to Snapdeal. So it's very important that the brand experience is consistent with respect to their value mindset. And we have done this, and we have been rewarded very handsomely in the past for this.
Thanks, Soumyadip. Great point, and nice to hear you talk about the brand experience. And when I come back on the second time, I'd love to ask you a little bit about how do you enhance the user experience, and how different are users in smaller towns? Are they very similar to how, let's say, folks like us behave, but how they do? But moving on to you, Anita, I want to just get a sense. I know that Patanjali as a brand kind of created a storm in the FMCG market. You guys really penetrated deep into the spectrum. And things that the traditional FMCG majors, the P&Gs and Levers took decades to build, you guys bridged in a short time. And of course, based on the brand ambassador himself. How effectively do you all reach out to these audiences in small towns, and to what extent do you use mobile as a medium to get there?
Thanks, Lloyd. It's very interesting in this age of mobile and speaking about how have we penetrated, the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 and the rural markets is was a very traditional way of doing it. So we have our own stores. We've got about 5,000 stores, which are Patanjali mega stores across. And we also have franchisee stores where our stuff is available. And then we have these something called Gramin Arogya Kendras, which are like very, very small stores where you do not need too much space and the money involved is very, very little. So to that extent, you can have almost like a Gramin Arogya Kendra. In one street, you can have 5 of them, for example, because the requirement is not as much. So it almost becomes equal to mobile for us. Yeah, because the penetration of mobile in the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 markets, today we are talking about, if we're talking about shopping, like Soumya said on Snapdeal, there's been almost a 50 to 55% increase in online shopping, which is coming only from tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 markets, thanks to COVID, of course, but also the fact that 70% of our audience, India is, Bharat is in these markets, which gives you a lot of opportunity. What we need to really do, and maybe, because we've had this network of our shops and stores here, I think what we are now concentrating on is really using the habit of mobile or shopping online or the use of the device in various aspects across the 70% of the population to see how we can get them to actually do m-commerce, more than anything else. Because we're not like, something which gets sold on Snapdeal or on Meesho. We are an FMCG company. So there's ghee, there's atta, there's biscuits, there's honey, there's toothpaste, there is hair oil. So given that, to be able to really convert more of this buying through mobile, and hence, topping the m-commerce thing is something that, we are really working on. And given the fact that today the penetration of smartphones, given the, as you mentioned that, the pricing has gone down, so you can today get a decent smartphone anywhere between 2,000 to 4,000. The experience again, of any brand or any transaction on that phone is going to be very different. And thanks to the likes of Jio and Airtel, etc., who've brought the data pricing down, and hence more usage of that. Plus, I think the other bigger advantage where you get your audiences caught on mobile is also the advent of OTTs. I mean, you'll be surprised that the in-house apps or indigenously built apps in these areas of tier 2, tier 3 are the ones which are getting a lot of users, and that, of course, then again becomes an opportunity for brands like, for any category of brands to really go on there. So what I would say is that we are getting in there, and I think by the time we get in there, we'd probably be in that sweet spot where everything would have been set. Yeah.
Thanks, Anita. Great perspective. And I want to just get across to Shantanu, and he represents Noise that is largely into wearables, both smartwatches and earphones. To an extent, the general belief is that wearables as a category, smartwatches and earphones are relatively urban and a slightly more upmarket phenomena. To what extent do you see noise, the impact that noise can make as you go lower down or as you go into rural India and to Bharat? Love to hear your perspective.
I mean, hi guys. I think the growth which we have got is completely by the tier 2, tier 3 markets. It's no more the urban phenomena. And very interesting data point which I told you also is we are now globally number 3. And we're just supplying in India right now. And I would say the first is Apple, second is Samsung, and the third is Noise in India right now. And this penetration have definitely started with, which you already pointed out about the entry price for the tier 3 and tier 4 smaller markets, where exactly the new shoppers have joined. So as per, we work very closely with Flipkart, and in one of the white papers by Bain and Company at Flipkart, they told in 2021, there were about 180 to 190 million shoppers were there, okay? And out of them, the growth which was there for the 40 to 50 million growth came from 2022, 2020 itself, which was completely from the tier 3 and the smaller cities. And a very interesting point is 1 in 3 was a Gen Z. It opens up the market in itself, but these are the people who are actually buying us. And this opens up an opportunity for social-led commerce, virtual live commerce. You got an opportunity for D2C, and how the world is, for the mature market, it changes to the quick commerce, which is again gaining a popularity in this segment. And what could be the new thing which we will come across could be the customer experience side of the business, which is AR, VR, vernacular searches, which has seen a great growth, no doubt about it. And comparatively, try-ons and lot of filters in the Snapchats have already started, a lot of try-ons features and everything, which I think Flipkart, we did couple of activities with Amazon and Flipkart both, and also in the live commerce. Though it's a very nascent stage, but haven't got a success yet out of China and Southeast Asia, but we can see some movement over there, for sure.
Thanks, Shantanu. I'm going to move to the two healthcare specialists on our panel, Dipinder and Harish. And Dipinder, first to you, and you represent Pristine Healthcare. You may want to tell the audience a little bit about what Pristine does, and how do you see mobile as an integral part of your strategy?
So, Pristine model has always been a digital-first model. We know that, just to give you a background, Pristine is a secondary healthcare surgery provider. It's a complete healthcare solution for secondary surgeries. Secondary surgeries are somewhat which you can plan at a later point in time. Now, if you look at it, if I said that you need a surgery, the first thing that comes to your mind is a hospital. It is not that let me go online and find someone who can do my surgery. So for us, that first blocker which was there, that when the co-founders actually started, was you will fail. People go to hospitals. And we've broken that thing that actually people are searching for solutions online. Mobile drives a lot of, if I were to tell you that how much percentage of my traffic is driven by internet, it's 99%. Only 1% of my entire revenue generation happens from offline, that someone walks into my clinic right away, seeing that, hey, that's a clinic, let me go in there. So that is where mobile and internet are a critical part of our ecosystem. What we've done over the time period is that, our pages are not created for desktop, because 95% of our traffic is mobile, right? And for that, it's highly critical that, we have pages which are specifically mobile. We've recently launched our app also. We are trying to figure out if it is the right use case for them, because it becomes easier when you have a app in the hand of a user where they can reach out to us very easily. And specifically, when we went into the COVID, right? A lot of people were still in distress. They still were suffering from diseases, and mobile played a very important role in terms of consultations and all. You don't have, because not everyone had an access to a desktop at that time, or a laptop, but everyone had an access to a mobile phone which had a camera with which you can talk to a doctor. And that's what helped us scale also at that time. And going towards a tier 2 and tier 3, they are very critical. Reason, they are one of the neglected markets. Just to give you one very specific data point, in India, a person travels 5 hours on an average to get the surgery done. If you're looking for a surgical solution, you have to travel for 5 hours. That's across India. Reason, a lot of our infrastructure is not available in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. That is where Pristine is trying to break. That, since we are not we are an asset-light model, we are able to go to the tier 2 cities and replicate the same technological advancements which are available in the tier 1 and be able to serve those guys. And it is not that they don't have the purchasing power to have that. They have the purchasing power. It is just that the travel is such a hectic task. We're trying to simplify that. So that's it.
Thanks, Dipinder. I think that's helpful and very interesting. So effectively, it's like taking, surgical healthcare to smaller town India, where the physical infrastructure may not always be there, but you kind of provide the network. And therefore, extending to the discussion to Medanta. And Harish, since you do digital marketing in Medanta, how do you guys, you have, let's say, a limited amount of physical hospitals, right? You've got 5 hospitals, the Gurgaon one, of course, being the largest. How do you see mobile as a way in which you can reach out to potential patients and customers?
See, with this category, you have to go closer. Yeah. So see, with this category is that everybody knew and acknowledged that quality healthcare is not available in tier 2, tier 3 towns. Everybody came on the podium and said that they wanted to do a lot of things, but frankly speaking, none of the OEMs was doing it. And hence there were advents of Practo or Pristine Care because there was a gap in the service which was there and there. The difference between, if you want to understand a Pristine Care and a Medanta or a Max or any other hospital is, they specialized in secondary care services, which is more elective surgeries. For super specialty services, which is tertiary care, people do still find it more convenient and more trustworthy to go to a hospital. That is there. And then again in this category, there are 2 eras, you can say, a pre-COVID era and a post-COVID era. In pre-COVID era, the whole focus of the category was that you give some kind of convenience to a user in tier 2, tier 3 towns. Basic example of this is that one can access his health records on his mobile phone. That is there. But what has happened is in the post-COVID era, that is there, earlier there were inhibitions both from supply side and the demand side. When we say supply side, that the doctors didn't want to do a lot of virtual consults. On the demand side, when we say even people don't want to come and have a virtual consultation with the doctor because at any given point of time, if you have a disease, you find it more soothing if you visit a doctor and see his face and listen from his own mouth. That is there. But this has changed in the post-COVID era. In the post-COVID, what we have seen is that people are now okay with doing a virtual consult. That is there. And in this scenario or context, what we have seen is that approximately now 65% plus business of at least Medanta is coming from tier 2, tier 3 towns, which is outside of the top 20 cities. How mobile or digital, mobile as a device or digital as a technology is providing this is that now we have opened up, we have seen that in the last 2-3 years, approximately if you see, top line of 10-15% comes from online, and out of that approximately 40% of this is primarily through virtual consults and all. And hence, as an organization, we are penetrating towards having a lot of e-ICUs, telemedicine centers in the tier 2, tier 3 world. We amplify this over there so that the general users know that you can have a virtual consult with the doctor, you can have a quality care available to you, which is more in the form of second opinions. So somebody, for example, to give you an example, why do people come to so super specialized hospitals? That unfortunately, or God forbid, if somebody has been diagnosed with a surgery, like a cancer surgery or a heart surgery, generally as a tendency what people do is they take a second opinion from a more specialized hospital. This is the general phenomena. Earlier this was not available, like when I said, people used to travel 5-6 hours to at least take a second opinion. Surgery is the secondary thing that is there. That, with the help of mobile as a device and technology, is now facilitated. People can take things over there at their own convenience, the advice and all. And second is, now we are moving towards the fact that even the doctor ecosystem which is there, or the smaller hospital ecosystem which is there, which is not equipped with the knowledge of super specialized surgeries, or at least the first level of surgery that needs to be managed. So Medanta is moving towards having e-ICUs, at least 25 to 30 e-ICUs in the next 1 year, where the organization, if a critical case like a brain stroke case comes at any particular hospital where the first 4 hours is extremely critical, that general physician over there can do a virtual consult with the neurosurgeon over here and can do the first level of surgery over there. So then the user is also getting aware that it is not that he has to travel for these amount of time. For somebody sitting in Odisha or a particular village over there can at least take the first level of treatment over there. So that is also getting solved. So both on the user side and on the doctor ecosystem and other ecosystem that we are solving.
Fantastic. So I think what I heard you say is really how the mobile expansion has helped take healthcare to the last mile. And I think 2 data points that are worth repeating. I think about 60 to 65% of Medanta's traffic comes outside the top 20 metro cities. And you said about 15% of your total revenues come through online. Is that right? And about 40% of that is about virtual consultation. Wow, that's some remarkable data points. And in a sense, it's really tells you how deep the penetration has happened literally in the last 5 years. And before I get to Archana, I think also a good point for us to reflect as Indians is what we've achieved on the back of this deep mobile penetration. I mean, we saw the ease with which our vaccination process happened, and the relative automation, the fact that we don't have to carry hand-signed papers and such like, we have it on our phones. And even things like DigiYatra and, DigiLocker. DigiYatra is what we're all learning the hard way as we go to the airports. But I think the pace, the depth has actually made a lot of last mile services become easy. And irrespective of which side of the political divide, I think it's really been possibly ahead of most countries in the world. I mean, just the deep penetration of mobile wallets and the fact that we can make payments for even 10 rupees through our phones, it's phenomenal. So as a key enabler of the ecosystem, Airtel has played a big role through this over the last 2 decades, Archana. And how deeply invested are you guys in terms of growing this market as you go deeper? I think you've got about 350 million or 400 million customers. And also, you guys are also a huge platform for advertisers, right? If I have to reach, customer number 700 million in India, you penetrate almost as deep as television, certainly more than print, given literacy. So how big is the advertising potential for Airtel? And also, how do you all see the overall market play out?
So you're right. In terms of, there's lots of these apps of ours, which is Wink, Extreme. There's the utility app, which is Airtel Thanks, which allows you to do recharges, see all the possible things that you have. But there is still a challenge among a lot of consumers, right? And just when COVID hit, I think a lot of consumers got challenged of saying, now how do I recharge my phone, right? They're okay to e-commerce shopping online because there is this option of cash on delivery, right? So it was easy for them to go order something because there was a cash on delivery. But a lot of people still prefer to go to the local retailer to do a recharge. And what we saw during COVID is because suddenly, because with UPI, making UPI very easy, a lot of people started moving online. So I think that ecosystem, the development of the ecosystem, the logistics actually has helped open the tier 2, tier 3 cities, right? So we see a lot of our recharges now coming from online. That's number one. App penetration, because the way the apps are, app penetrations are still fairly urban. Not so much tier 2, tier 3, especially not tier 3, but it's going down to tier 2 soon, and it is slowly penetrating. I think one of the things that we are also developing from an ecosystem is like, today, like broadband is known as an urban, for example, broadband is known as an urban phenomenon, right? Only big cities, large cities have. But the fact is that now we are actually penetrating broadband even into the smaller cities, right? And we had a very simple concept when we did advertising around it. And we did advertise, we launched Gorakhpur, we did some basic local advertising in that market, right? Or Sonipat for that matter. Now, 5, 6 years ago, I never even think that broadband would penetrate into so deep, but it is penetrating. And our concept was very simple. Internet-like, office-like internet is what you get through broadband, right? That was the simple message, because everybody thinks office internet is super fast, right? And nothing else is as good as office internet. So saying all of these tier 2, tier 3 people also have aspirations. Given the amount of information overload that they get, they have similar aspirations like urban India. The fact that there is a whole parallel economy in terms of apps which are available, which I think even we as Airtel has not started advertising on, but one of the things we discovered was that YouTube still is like a big platform that gets watched by this audience. So from a reach standpoint, like YouTube becomes a very critical platform for us from an advertising standpoint. So, we also have a lot of consumers who are on 2G, right? And they just use their phone. They have a feature phone. They use it only for calling. And that's a phone which they use. So while there is a huge penetration, there is a subset of that audience which is not doing anything on their phones, but other than using them as to make calls, to basically staying in touch. And even all the work, they don't want to even move. They find that this is the perfect thing. They don't need that the data. But tier 2, the younger audiences, the younger generation is the one actually, the Gen Z, and now I've heard a new term called Gen Alpha or something like that, who is now actually getting into it because they are digital natives, right? And they are the ones who are actually discovering and teaching now their family members on various things on digital. So I think in the next 2-3 years, I think the penetration and the kind of depth that we'll see in mobile will be far higher, even in a slightly older generation, which today is slightly weak. But yeah, that's the...
Thanks, Archana. Great perspective from a key enabler of the mobile ecosystem in Airtel. And like you said, it's the younger people that are at the forefront of it. Like in any home, we say that the youngest person is the chief digital officer. He knows things well ahead of the rest of the family. But I want to come across back to Soumya, and you talked about the fact that Snapdeal, let's say, looks at this middle India market, right? Not the, let's say, the top 30, 40 million who possibly do a lot of Amazon or whatever, and also not maybe beyond a certain point. So people who are conscious of a value buy, but may not necessarily be brand conscious. So I want a good pair of jeans. Maybe I don't want maybe I can't afford a Levi's, but I want something that drives value. How different are their usage habits? How critical is UX? So when someone goes to a small town where internet connectivity may not always be 4G, maybe patchy, how critical is UX in terms of Snapdeal's app development? And how do you also fight to ensure that you get pride of place in the overcrowded app ecosystem? And I'm just saying this because all of us on our phone, we struggle the number of apps you can have. Right? Typically, we all shorten it down to, say, 2 cab apps, maybe an Uber, Ola, maybe 2 or 3 shopping apps, 2 or 3 of our favorite chats or whatever. So how do you navigate the usage experience in the context of Snapdeal?
So that's a very interesting question, and we internally debate a lot about this. So there are 2 parts to this. One is obviously how do you make a dent in that app ecosystem, in that sort of the homepage real estate, right? And the second is in-app. Once the customer is inside the app, then how do we do it? So on the first step, I think the ease of finding product and the price point is supremely important, because how do you do marketing or how do you do branding for an audience who doesn't care about a brand? Like that is the fundamental challenge that I have been battling since day one. And it's very beautiful. Is if the price point is right, if the product that the customer has ordered, and everybody starts small. Like in an average, the first order of a new user will be around 150 rupees. And they'll order something very basic, say something like a, like a kitchen utensil, not even apparel. Although kitchen utensil is something also very large with Snapdeal, and all the fancy stuff that you used to see at Muji and all that today, earlier, now is also available in small town thanks to Snapdeal, and now also local retailers, all those, those choppers and all that. So they will order something very small if they like the quality, and definitely they'll return. First time they'll definitely return. So for us, and these are very, very crucial. It feels like a intuitive thing today, but when we started, we used to get agitated. कि यार इतना return क्यों हो रहा है? But now we go with the truth. कि भाई return तो होगा ही होगा, because that's how they are testing you. Can I trust this? ठीक है. 150 rupees का सामान if I am returning, tomorrow if I order a 750 का kurta and that comes bad, will these guys take it back? Because it's that market experience. कि यार market में तो I will go back and I'll throw this on the shopkeeper's face कि भैया क्या दे दिया? Will I get this experience? So once you keep doing that consistency of experience, then customers will come, because it's a habit building. They're not concerned about the price. They can afford everything on Snapdeal. They will check us. They will check a couple of our competitors also. We are not living in the fool's paradise that they will only do appointment, visiting only our app. That's not going to happen. They're going to check a couple of other apps also, and if they find the price right, and they'll do it. So that's the answers the first question. Now on the second bit is once they land up on the, on the app. So there is a storefront, which is, your landing pages, home page, category page, PDP. And then there is another battle starts is how do you convert from add to cart to actually booking that order, because this is the common problem all across e-commerce, right, which is cart abandonments. Now, I'll start from the bottom, like how the cart abandonment issue, how it is very different for tier 2 audiences. Now, if you go to any top of the funnel app, right, you will see in the address panel, there are multiple boxes. So you'll say, okay, apartment, then it'll come street, then it'll come locality, then pin code. So there are like 3-4 those boxes. Customers do not understand that. What they do is they have it copy paste. Most of them, plus we also live in, bigger towns where our address is known. Okay, this is the tower, this is the apartment, and this is the street. In Kanpur, there is no, street name. There is no, it's ke, acha, baju wala, wo teli ke baju mein, wahan pe ek pole hai, uske baju. That's how delivery happens, even with us. So, we were troubled with this, ki yaar, add to cart hota hai. Customer goes to the address page and then abandons it. So intent to hai, why are they not converting? So we started doing some A/B tests. कि हमने क्या किया जो address box है, we removed all those, those boxes and made it into one. So no separate pin code box also. While it gets very easy for the marketing team कि pin code अलग से मिल गया और marketing सब हटा दिया. Abhi, the customer comes and copy paste the entire address on one address box, and through tech we solve out. We figure out कि ये pin code hai, and then we figure the delivery. Huge improvement, in terms of from order to booked order. So that happened. Now coming one step ahead. So that's how we sorted the, the importance of UX at the very at the, purchase funnel. Slightly above, when it comes to the storefront, it is extremely important that the customer gets to see the original price point and the markdown price point, which is, I think, today all brands do it. Apart from that, sizes are important, the colors are important. I think Amazon has really sort of led this with their A+ content of how to do the sizing and that sizing chart. So now this has become like a pretty much of a grammar, at least in apparel, no matter which, whether you're in value or not. People now tend to expect that. So those things are there. Now coming to search. Now we were having the discussion earlier about vernacular and all that. Now, while it is very cool to discuss vernacular in all these forums, the point is it's sad that it took us 75 years, and I think it's globally unique. For the first time ever, where internet was developed, not in the language of the people speak. Nowhere it has happened, from Europe or China, Brazil, everywhere. Internet has always developed first in their vernacular language, and then people have graduated to English. India, it happened the opposite. Now, vernacular searches, the problem with vernacular searches is customers don't know the Hindi translation of jeans. And they search G-I-N-S. Tell me which algorithm, which Google algorithm, phrase match, broad match can catch G-I-N-S into jeans. But that's how customers search jeans on our platform. So before vernacular, we had to solve this. कि अगर कोई GINS search कर रहा है, तो we have to map it and show that guy's denims. So that's where again the user experience, like I was saying, that they're the small things of how you, improve the experience every day.
So great example, Soumya. Deeply appreciate that. And I just want to link it to a larger issue, I think, with a whole, seasoned mobile marketeers here. Back in 2009, I think India showed the way forward in the world on e-commerce when we became the first country in the world to do cash on delivery. Right? One of the big constraints when Amazon and Flipkart launched back then was that there's a very tiny audience. One, of course, because penetration of the internet itself was low, and also trust with e-commerce. And of course, it started largely early days with books and music. But the whole challenge was a lot of people had this trust issue, and we were used in the old postal system to have the VPP, the value post parcel or whatever, where you actually paid cash on delivery. And when India opened cash on delivery, that's when the first boom of e-commerce happened. And today, that option has been taken by Amazon India into more than 70 countries of the world. right? So there's a large part of the world where India plays the lighthouse, right? South Africa, Africa rather, or South America, parts of it, and of course parts of Asia, Indonesia and Vietnam, cash on delivery is big. So I think it's a clear example of how, thanks to great innovation by Indian companies, we not only change the rules of the game in India, but we actually show the light to companies globally around the world.
And free delivery. Like, I don't think globally ever it happens. Like, I talk to my friends, ki free delivery India mein to, if you don't have any app you open, right? Myntra, Amazon, Snapdeal, all these apps, free delivery ka banner permanent laga rehta hai. Kyunki free delivery nahi hai to koi order nahi aane wale.
Yeah. But therefore, the other example you gave also about address panels, right? In a place where you describe, pan ke dukaan ke piche mein rehta hu. I mean, how do you say that in, tight boxes? Great stuff, Soumya. Thank you so much. And moving to you, Anita, and, in the context of the fact that Patanjali is deeply penetrated in the brick and mortar sense, right? You go to small towns, small villages, there are stores, and Baba Ramdev is truly an icon. How do you replicate that into the mobile ecosystem? Are you brick and mortar first when you go to a small village which has a population of, say, 500? Or do you also see the power of mobile as you get there?
So, Patanjali is truly a Bharat brand, yeah? And I don't think there's any other FMCG brand which is as penetrated as Patanjali is in the tiers that we are talking about. So while we have brick and mortar, initially before the mobile advent happened, everybody had brick and mortar, right? So while we have brick and mortars and well-established ones and they're doing extremely well, I think there's a large chunk of that audience which is sitting with their mobile phones. And we cannot close our eyes to say that, my brick and mortar will do what it is supposed to do. So we also have an app, Order Me is an app that Patanjali has, and you can, like any other stuff that you order online is something that you can order on that app, and the deliveries happen. And vernacular, by the way, so there's a lot of vernacular stuff that goes in here, because even if you look at our advertising, we're Hindi first, because we are very strong in the HSM markets and stuff like that. And again, Bharat being, the core of the brand, and I think the vision that Swamiji has. So given that, it's not as though we're not exploring the advantages that a mobile, as a gadget, and of course what comes with it is brings to the table. Even whether it's free delivery, whether it is COD, everything is available on that app as well. And essentially for this kind of audience, as Soumya was mentioning, the ticket item has to be low. The value has to be low. Whether it's your platform or whether it's Meesho, where things, you get a damn fancy dress for $200, So there, the ticket size is smaller. And in our case, as you compare our product categories to various FMCGs, it's attractively priced, if I may use that word, So given that situation, I think automatically a large chunk of our business does come from brick and mortar, but there is essentially a part of our business which comes through, the mobile application and m-commerce. Much needs to be done, I'll be honest, because the penetrations are so deep, and the category that we operate in, so it's not, you're ordering kitchen utensils or jeans or any such thing. I mean, soap, right, sugar, atta, biscuits, so the category that you're operating in also makes a lot of difference, Even in downtown, people still feel that वो आटे को जाके measure करके लेके आना 5 किलो कितना होता है, पता नहीं मेरे पास online में आ रहा है तो कहीं 4.5 तो नहीं है. So those nuances one has to take care of. So I think it's a combination.
Fantastic. And I want to come to Shantanu in the context of the fact that your product is generally considered relatively more urban, right? People tend to think of wearables as more city slickers and Apple watches and such like. And how do you guys use it? And I also want to contextualize it by saying that a big part of what we do in marketing, mobile marketing, is really about this whole new emergence of new formats. Archana talked about YouTube, which is effectively India's largest single channel. But there are emergent of a whole lot of these small short video platforms, right? TikTok is not in the country, but you've got this whole range of it, the Moj and the, Roposo and Chingari, of course, one of our sponsors. But more critically, also about vernacular first. The fact that ShareChat, right, which has 100 million users. How do you use the vernacular and use influencers or nano-influencers on short video platforms to promote noise?
Thank you. This is very interesting, especially for us into the tech side of the business. People definitely aspire to get into a fitness zone. It's more like a gym membership. You buy it and you change yourself into a fashion. So what we have observed on the app itself, we have got our own app ecosystem. People love changing out watch faces, and that gives us a clear indication where we actually need to route it to. And we started more like a fashion lifestyle. We started selling more like a fashion lifestyle, which helped us in increasing our reach beyond health tech itself. So one was this, and related to the vernacular side of the business, where often you see your tech reviews on YouTube. So there are English, there are Hindi, but we also go on different languages. And a very interesting fact, coming from a very performance point of view, we always give a UTM trackers to every YouTubers across. And the second best conversions out of them comes from the vernacular side of the YouTubers. And that gives us a lot of indications in itself ki how effective these influencers are. So I think this will again grow the social-led commerce part of the business, for sure.
Can I just add one thing?
Sure.
So when we explored this whole influencer in the short form platforms, short form video platforms, I think a big learning which as marketers we had to take back is we were very used to influencers on YouTube and Insta and like who are pretty polished, and the moment you go down to these short form video platforms, the influencers are very local, very small, with maybe micro following or micro influencers and all. Their dialects, their accents, the way they speak is very different, sometimes even the brand. So we had to actually allow a lot of leeway into the way we wanted them to be themselves while they were promoting the brand and we had to live with the fact that it could be the pronunciation of the brand or something. Some of the pronunciations would not be really what we are used to, because that's what they are, and that's what attracts their followers. And I think that's a big learning we had when we did our first. And like the first time I saw the video, I was like, no, what is this? This is just not on brand. And we had to really take a step back and saying, no, we let it go. It's fine, because that's what their followers are okay with and understand it.
Thanks, Archana.
I think that's a very good point, and all brand marketers have faced it. I think more about whether the audiences are okay with or not. I think that is what it adds authenticity, because if you force that guy to say it in a certain way, then the performance that you're getting from that content will not come.
Yeah, it's like they say the best content is created by people who are native to the platform, right?
Absolutely.
When radio first came into India, a lot of TV jingles were repurposed for radio. And then effectively they realized that the best radio formats are RJs who understand their audience and can create relevant content. But quickly, we're almost running out of time. So Dipinder, I want to ask you one quick question. Is the fact that healthcare being a critical category and you guys specializing in surgery, it's like surgery as a service, to what extent do you do a lot of your language, a lot of your communication through vernacular languages, right? Because people in smaller towns may not be familiar with English, but they still have a healthcare need, they have a serious surgical need. And like you said, you don't do immediate surgery, it's more like things that you can plan. So how do you handle that aspect?
So what we started off was as a brand, as every Indian brand, we were first in English. And then we went to tier 2 and then we failed. And then we said that, what should we do? So a problem with the tier 2 towns that because we went into the market too early, what we saw was that it's an intent-based need. So not a lot of search volumes existed. And problem was we were searching for an English word called cataract and people were searching motiabind. And it's not just that it's motiabind. In South part it's called something else. In Gujarat it's called something else. So every time we are entering a market, the first thing we do is, what is the local language? What is our diseases called in those local languages? Have those pages ready. What are the people searching for in the local languages? So to give you an aspect, a person might still search cataract, but when my care coordinator picks up the call, the conversation is in Hindi. It's not in English. It's rarely a time we have discovered that a person is completely fluent in English and wants to talk. Same way, if you go to even on the Punjab side, if you'll go, they'll be talking in Punjabi. The accent, the requirement is such that our coordinators are specifically talking language, and even every page is created. So even if you would search for Motiabind in English, I know you want to read it in Hindi. So by default, when you search that, I have to take you to a page which is in Hindi, and we've seen that the conversions jump. And that's how it is. They understand the language, they understand the disease, and they know what they're looking for. But
I believe today the number is closer to 35%, but likely to extend, is voice searches. The fact that a lot of younger people are going to use voice first, right? There's a whole generation growing up that talk to Alexa and Siri more than their parents. But in due course, voice searches will actually be the primary driver and hopefully take the pressure off. I presume very similar experiences with you, Harish, but I'm getting repeated bells from the organizers. So I guess we'll have to call it out at this point. But great discussion. We could go on forever. And thank you all for sharing your perspective. And thanks for the audience for your patient listening soon after lunch. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I please request the ones who have already gotten off stage to join us back, please, for a group photograph. It's been a very, very fruitful session, and definitely didn't require too much of patience because the topics that were covered were very, very interesting and interactive. Thank you so much. To the ones who have just arrived a while ago, welcome to Mobexx 2022 Summits and Awards. We've just had the first session of the day. We now move to the next one, which is going to be a keynote address. And the topic for the same is going to be interconnected app ecosystem to maximize marketing by reach. And to take us through this session, we have with us Mr. Kunal Kinlekar, co-founder and CTO, Beat-O. Can I request you to join us on stage, please? Thank you.
Hello? Am I audible? आदत हो गई अभी Zoom और Hangouts पे रह के to check if I'm audible. So let me introduce myself first. I am Kunal. I am the co-founder CTO at Beat. Okay. Is it better? Okay. Should have checked it earlier. But yeah, I am Kunal. I am the co-founder CTO at Beat-O. I look after the product and the technology and make sure that everything that gets to our users is top-notch. Try to do that. But yeah, the conversation that I'm going to have today, or rather, bring some discussions to the point, is the fact that how we as a startup ecosystem, or and I don't need to teach anyone marketing here, everyone is an expert, but how startup or the ecosystem is looking at marketing and looking at how brands can leverage the whole ecosystem with the apps that have been created. So to begin with, let me just introduce what Beat-O does, and that when I pull up some examples of how we try and reach out to the users, it will give you more context of what what we do. So we are a chronic disease management platform. We focus on diabetes, and majorly our users, our patients, are elderly, from tier 2 and below, which means when I say elderly, you automatically understand that they're not very tech savvy. They want to be cared for. They want to understand how to lead a better life, but it's difficult for them to just engage with a mobile phone or just engage with an app as a care platform. To So to basically give you the gist of what we as a brand try and do to work around things, or what we as a brand try to do to reach out to these users, we try and figure out, the first aspect that I want to talk about is the fact that, when a brand like us or a startup like us wants to reach to an audience, we talk about what is it that you want to, what is the story that you want to reach out to the user for, right? What is it that you want to provide the user for? So for example, let's say, sometime back when we were wanting to run an experiment and figure out how care needs to be delivered, we didn't create a care product, we didn't go directly to the user and say, okay, this is a care program, or this is a solution that you need to pick up, and this is what you need to subscribe for, and so is the cost. We ran a very simple Facebook campaign, a Facebook marketing campaign, in which we basically allowed user to come in, generate a lead, but also gave them free diet charts, right? Some form of tangible outcome for them. That, okay, this is diet chart. They now understand how they need to eat and manage their health condition better. Post that, we basically held a few webinars, some sessions, Zoom calls, so on and so forth, to have a slightly deeper interaction. All of this was free, nothing was charged. Trying to understand how, what is it that these users value the most, right? And that's where we started building an engagement with the user. That's where we started building trust with these users. What it allowed us to do is create a brand value, but at the same time understand what is it that we need to serve to the user. Where is it that we draw a line between free and subscribed user, right? By that, what I want to also set out with this example is the fact that when a brand or a startup starts marketing, it's not just one-dimensional, or rather, not the right word to say, but it's not just one primary focused outcome that they are looking for in the end of conversion funnel, right? What we are looking for is a multi-layer conversation, multi-layer outcome from any of the campaigns on any of the channels that get executed. There is learning that comes out of it. There is conversation that gets started. There is brand value that gets built. There is understanding of the product better, of how people, see your product, see your brand. And at the end of the day, it helps you better your product and refine your product. That's specifically what startup does, right? So for any marketing campaigns, I'm sure a lot of folks must be facing when they start talking to the startup of what they want to run the marketing campaign for. This is the bombardment of all these things that come together, of what is expected. From there, what ends up happening is, we basically, again, as a brand, because there is a multi-layer of expectation, the value proposition that gets pushed out, right? The value proposition of what is being offered in a campaign is not just a product to sell. It's not just an acquisition to have. It's not just a conversion to be have at the end of the day, or a lead generation to have. The outcome of that campaign is basically to have longevity with the users. Or rather, the startup ecosystem that we come from as Vito as well, we always look at this campaign or rather the money that we spend, because we're always limited of resource, and it's not just us, any startup will do that. We'll always be limited on resources in terms of, XYZ. Would look at how to maximize, from the resources that we utilized onto it. So when a conversion is defined, it basically comes down to the fact that can we figure out the long-lasting audience onto the platform? Can we figure out how these campaigns can bring in people who can, get as many conversations started, can be with us for the longest time? Can they, provide us with feedback, so on and so forth, like I was mentioning earlier? But then it leads to the third aspect, and that's the most important. That's where I was, that's the topic of this conversation. Is the fact that, these people, and to give you some numbers, There are more than 5 million mobile apps available right now on both platforms. More than 10 billion mobile devices handheld. It's a really large number of people using mobile phones. It's a really large number of apps available. We are just one app. There'll be so many of us similar, trying to compete to get into and the conversation that was happening earlier, how do you compete with all the other apps that exist in the market to be on their home screen? But why do you want to just fight to be one app, just to be there on someone's home screen? Why can't we utilize all the apps that exist available on their phone to utilize them as a touch point, right? Because at the end of the day, you want the consumer to think about you, to have a conversation with you irrespective of the fact that are they on your app, right? So I'll give you one example. What we tried to do with this, when we created a care program is basically 360-degree sort of 360-degree marketing exists. It's a similar form of 360-degree care where we have devices, monitoring devices, an app ecosystem, insights and analytics. There's doctors, nutritionists, educators, all of that covered into one of the programs. And the fact that expecting the user to come who is not very tech savvy to come and use an app to have that sort of care be serviced to them is very difficult. What we tried to do was then split that into being available onto multiple channels. Be on WhatsApp to have conversation with the doctors or nurses. Be available on Zoom and other webinars and forms of the conversation to have video calls with coaches, with dietitians, or just be available on social platforms and YouTube and everywhere else which gives them some sort of knowledge and insight, right? Started leveraging other apps which people were already using to be there, to be able to answer, to be able to give them some insights. And at the end of the day, when my user is trying to use the app or trying to use the service, he's able to get onto any of these platforms and still be able to be connected to us, right? That helps me, or rather fulfills my end goal of having a LTV or a long-term user be connected to the app or the ecosystem per se. So to give you, to summarize how or what I wanted to say is three simple factors. One, when a startup looks at how brands or how the campaigns need to be run, or where a marketing campaign nowadays are evolving, and I was hearing what the conversation was happening right now, and was rightly pointing towards that 90% of actual users are now using mobile devices only, and mobile-only apps and mobile-only landing pages to reach out to the audience. So it's no longer a one app play, it's no longer a one platform play, it's no longer just that I will have my website and that will work the best. It's an ecosystem which has already been built, people have gotten used to it. Over the time of COVID, people started using multiple apps, people started using Zoom, people started using WhatsApp for communication, so on and so forth. It becomes simpler to just bank onto the habits that they have created and get into their comfort zone to reach out to make sure that the connect is long term and not just a lead that gets generated. That's it.
Thank you so much, Kunal. We now move to the next session for the day. The topic that will be covered is creating a deeper and hyper-personalized experience for consumers on mobile. We all know as to how each person has their likes and dislikes, and I'm sure these hyper-personalizations are very, very important. And chairing this session, we will have with us Shraddha Agarwal, co-founder and CEO Grapes. And the panel will include Akar Kumar, Business Development Specialist, Intercity, InDrive India, Abhishek Chadha, Senior Vice President, Interactive Avenues, Sai Tota, Head Digital Marketing F&P, as well as Tathagat Jaina, Head of Marketing HMD Global. It's over to you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Are we sleepy? We had a good lunch? No? Okay. Thank you guys for inviting us and having us over. As you guys know, hyper-personalization is becoming a very hot topic. I still remember 2-3 years back when we used to meet MNC clients, right? And I was sitting in either the MD's office or the marketing head office, who's like above 50, 60. He used to say, यार वो जो जूते का ऐड था ना वो मुझे हर जगह फॉलो करता था वो आजकल तुम लोग वो करोगे ना मेरे लिए लाइक हाँ सर आपका जूता हर जगह आपको फॉलो करेगा कोई टेंशन नहीं है and then you saw Netflix coming up with a film right where they were talking about how the machines work right it looked really spooky and we had all these conversations and debate on social media talking about whether it is right privacy should be there should we do this or not but when you talk to Gen Zs today right? Like for me, I'm not Gen Z, but when you talk to Gen Zs today, they are like very okay with liking a post, with subscribing to a post, saving a post, watching the video for a longer duration because they want the machine to know what are the choices. They want them to understand what kind of content would they like to be served more. Like there was a phase in my life last year when I was actually trying to build my home. So I was actually liking all furniture-related, interior-related companies, right? And I was getting good content from them. In fact, to be very honest, I got vendors from China then because I was being served with that kind of content. So just as an icebreaker, I'd like to start, one with a round of introduction, and then understand, do you guys think following or remarketing of these ads or content coming to you in a hyper-personalized way is spooky or is it good for you? Yeah, so we'll start with Abhishek here. Quickly we'll introduce and then we go that.
Thanks, Shraddha. Very good afternoon. I'm Abhishek. I head the business at Interactive Avenues. We are a full-service digital marketing agency under the IPG Media Brands House. So, going right at it, Shraddha. So, I think the key word here is relevance. So, the amount of breadcrumbs that we leave behind in our digital journeys, I think that data has been collected, voraciously over a period of time. And I think we've got two marketeers here. So both of them will vouch for the fact that how do we really want to make my communication more relevant and B, my consumer journey more relevant so that I make the point to purchase, I make the consumer reach the point to purchase in, the lowest amount of friction and in the most quickest time. But more often than not, there has actually been a very thin line in regulating relevance. Yeah, so it's about throwing some verbiage. It's about control of frequency, the control of exposure. That's where you really need to see on how do you want to pull back in terms of making it relevant to making your ad and putting it in very simple analogies to be present in a store shop in Janpath, where you've got 10 people, surrounding you and asking you to buy. So I think relevance is important. So that's where hyper-personalization plays a very important role. And we are in a time wherein data, again, as I started off my conversation, data is being left across at various points in many, many different fashions. And every marketer's dream is, right now to harvest as much as possible the first party and, the entire thing that's been going around with Google and the deprecation. So relevance is the name of the game, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Abhishek. So I'll move over to Tatha. Tatha, what do you think Is it spooky for you, or you like getting stalked?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Tathagat. I come from HMD Global. It's the home of Nokia phones. It's a Finnish organization. Yeah, quick intros. I think consumers at large has moved beyond the spookiness. Just like, it's an evolution. Consumers have moved beyond the, like we mentioned cash on delivery in the last time, moved beyond that. So they're increasingly comfortable. Why? Because in a lot of cases, they're also opting in to that consciously, like you said. And also in terms of the whole personalization to, and Abhishek mentioned relevance, it's about in what frequency and what you do with it. We all definitely, from an anonymous emailer to something addressed to us, we all prefer that. We all, like to be, addressed by our own name. A simple consumer, relevance. And also, in terms of what we are looking at in terms of, unending scrolling, we like to get some of the things served up quicker. We are all time pressed. So there also hyper-personalization really helps us. Sometimes, yes, you started off by Netflix. I sometimes find myself going to another profile to switch on Netflix just because, I will be served up something fresh. So as consumers also, we use hacks like that. So it's not spooky anymore.
I completely agree. I just have an example to give. So I am a hardcore rom-com person. I still like my chick flicks. So whenever I'm in a mood of chick flicks, I'm watching it from my profile. But when I want to watch some action movies or some movies in which किसी की मुंडी टूट जाएगी, किसी का हाथ कट जाएगा, I go to my husband's profile. Exactly. True. So I would like to have you, Akar, now on board and understand from you, with a quick introduction as well, that what do you find and what's your viewpoint about it?
Hello everyone, I'm Akar. I handle the vertical of Intercity for a company called InDrive. We're cab aggregators. So with respect to InDrive, now that we've entered India, it was very important for us to actually tap into the hyper-personalization because the market share was already captured by Uber, Ola, and then we've got these regional players. And it's a little different from what we've been discussing because in our case, we look for that spookiness and we make sure that if we are launching a new city, let's say we did Mathura a while back, so we were targeting people on our app on regions closer to about 100 or 200 kilometers in the age of about 50 and sending them pushes like Krishan se milne challo, aur Vrindavan le chale. So that kind of hyper-personalization is something we rely on a lot and that's really been working out for us. It's a challenge because every region comes with their own dialect, their own languages, but that's something we are learning while we're doing it.
That's really nice. So now that we know the general, I think everybody likes hyper-personalization. I don't know what will Google do when they'll stop cookies. So let's take some good examples, right? And you've been working with such large brands, Abhishek. Give me an example of how hyper-personalization is being used with many of your brands in content or in app or on the website, right?
Sure. Thanks. So we work a lot with auto, yeah, and auto is one category that has that's shown the maximum disruption in these last 3 years in terms of a category which is so retail heavy, plus on how the research also started on digital, right? So 75% of auto consumers today, they already have made up their mind on which brand, which product to buy even before they visited the showroom. So, and auto itself as a industry, it has the most fragmented data sets that are available. So there is the sales data, there is the service data, there is the prospect data, and then there is your own website data. So I think how post-COVID on how consumer journeys completely warped. One such phenomenon came much, it became buoyant, very buoyant, was on your hyperlocal searches and near-me searches. So how we harnessed it, it was a very simple thing to do, is to just have a very smart search engine specialist bid on all those keywords and direct it. But if somebody is searching for your dealer in your pin code, why would you want him to why would you push him to your landing page? Wouldn't you directly want to talk to him? Wouldn't you directly want to fix an appointment to him? So these were the consumer journey tweaks that we made. So, remember the topic, it is hyper-personalization. So when we say hyper-personalization, it is about understanding the moment where the consumer is at that point of time and throwing him that relevant message. So we also went a step ahead in terms of understanding what does the dealer want to talk about that point of time. If you understand the local dealers, everybody has a local offer. And as you go deeper into the pop strata, so we go to tier 2 and tier 3, there the market dynamics are different. There in a city of maybe 50,000 people, I know maybe everybody by name. So I would know that I would want to run this offer and run that offer. So we created almost about 50 plus cohorts wherein we pushed very specific region-wise, pin code-wise communication with different call to actions. So book an appointment now, call now, inquire now, or the next step was to understand if there are any existing consumers who are still searching for it. So what was their last point of data thrown? So if somebody has already sent a lead and he's been called on and he's said that he's not interested, so we push him an offer, right? We push him a specific offer in terms of are you interested in an offer? So we try and tweak that journey across. The another segment that we used to populate on was the existing users. So the biggest chunk of sales when you launch a car, you need to look at your own internal consumers and how to cross-sell. So the cross-sell was very important. So again, hyper-personalization, not just on one environment, on multiple environments, and that's where the entire integration on how all marketeers are working towards is to create and ingest marketing stacks. So what's going on through your WhatsApp, what's going on through your emailer, and what you are seeing through your display banner, everything has to be in a specified linear consumer journey. Because more often than not what happens is it's fragmented, it is disjointed. I will send an SMS to you, right? But I will record that action offline and then I will input that action into an emailer, and by that time 72 hours have passed, right? So that's how we built a product in-house, and we launched it, and that's given fantabulous results. So we had a controlled exposed in terms of the dealers who participated and the dealers who didn't participate. So on both metrics in terms of walk-ins, of course, still in the industry, is an orthodox industry, everything is measured by walk-ins and in auto. So the walk-ins were incremental and so were the actual retails.
I actually agree with you, because I remember 2015 is when this whole dealer mechanism was starting, right? Because I remember when we were, I don't know how many of you guys know, but auto as an industry cannot take payments from a customer for the car on their website because the payment is not centralized, right? So as let's say if I'm Maruti Suzuki, as a central team, I can't take payment from you if you want to book your car. It has to go to the dealer bank. So you had to have dealer websites in which the payment had to be accumulated. So even the down payment of $10,000 can't be taken by the central team. So if I'm looking for a car and I say near me, I would be redirected for down payment to a dealer website, right? And like you rightly said, if I'm going to a dealer website and I am in, let's say, Badarpur or some smaller town, right? And if I see a regional content or a Vernac content, or if I see the call number directly rather than asking me to fill up a form, it will help me in getting better conversions. Very true about it. Akar, I'll come because we just talked about auto, right? How do you guys, because I'm sure we were talking about COD and free delivery in the last session, and I am one person who's okay with prepayments. I remember Zomato just played this with me 2 days back. They've removed free delivery, right? Now they're giving you packages, 5 deliveries. So they gave me a package of 10 delivery, and I think the bot realized that it's Shraddha, and then they changed it. They gave me a package of 5 delivery back at a higher cost. So do you guys do such hyper-personalization stuff on your app?
Yes, we do. And well, of course, delivery cannot be totally connected to us. But for example, what we normally do is, which is really helping us, that we set recommended pricing. The thing with our app is, if you say they want to go from point A to point B, we do not set the price for you. You say that I want to pay X amount of money, and then we connect you with a driver. We give you a list of options, and you can select your bid. And we have a lot of AI working there also. We can talk about that later. So what we realized is that we need to guide people. And how we do that, how we have hyper-personalized that, we've taken specific routes. We've got a research team which looks behind, let's say if you want to go from Delhi to Chandigarh, what's the market rate? You know, is it 16 rupees a kilometer or is it 17 rupees? Then there are different sets of cars. There's a hatchback, there's a sedan. So the per rupee kilometer changes. Then we take an average of that. And we also take some data of what are the prices being going on our app. We change our recommended pricing on the basis of days, weekend, weekdays as well. And that's how we push our consumer to get the right kind of price for their respective journey. So that's one of the examples of hyper-personalization we are doing on the app on a daily basis.
I was actually cracking this joke with one of my friends after I saw one of the billboards, and before I met you, so don't take it offensively.
Not at all.
So we said, imagine if I'm sitting with 5 of my friends outside a mall and I want to do this Dilli Panti, right? You know, tu jata nahi mere baap corner types. So I'll be like, you know what, let me just book an in-drive because I'll search the price myself.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
I'll put $500 for a price which is $100. So the driver will come to me first then?
Well, of course, if first of all the driver's going to know for sure that it's a joke, it's not really happening. But see, that's the game here. We totally eradicated the concept of setting the price for you because it troubles the consumer and it bothers the driver also. And normally what our competitors do is, you know, they'll put a surge and they'll also increase their commission rates. So the driver ends up not making a lot of money out of that. And the in-drive is independent, which is what we promote. That, you know, as a consumer, you don't want to pay that much, fine, we'll give you 5 other options. And as a driver, we're not forcing you to travel 10 kilometers to pick up a passenger only for, say, 200 rupees or something. Same goes for intercity. So that's the kind of personalization we've given for both our consumers and our drivers to choose from.
Oh, that's very nice. So Tata, tell me, how do you guys use content or basically, you know, hyper-personalization in managing content for, and you guys have less SKUs, right? It's not that you have amazing number of SKUs. How do you manage that? It would be difficult for you guys to do this, or is it still a cakewalk?
Actually, I would say that the industry that I belong to, the level of dynamic hyper-personalization, which maybe an Akar can, will not be that dynamic. But then what we look at, very simple stuff, both in our own, while a large part of our business is offline, whatever is online in terms of D2C, we look at very simply that obviously we all use GMP, we all use a tech stack through Adobe, but then very simple thing that we look at is that the power of recommendation. Let's say we have a clutch of there's a price band, a lot of SKUs, and then with that there is the added accessories which you have must with a phone, like a jelly cover to a proper cover or to neck bands or etc. All of that. So the whole idea is that if a consumer is coming and your acquisition costs are anyway, traffic costs are going up. Once a customer kind of comes, you really look at what the recommendation is, and it's a fact that if your customer is well recommended, that his revenue out of that is almost 35 to 40% of your overall revenue for e-commerce. So it's a high number. So therefore we look at that. Okay, if somebody has come to us new, then we do not know anything about it. He has a separate journey, but we make sure that if it is a returning visitor or it's a frequent visitor, the kind of, whether it's on a mobile or on a desktop, what he or she will see, even the promotional offers are also will be customized to that particular audience. And in terms of, there is a generic in terms of high selling, etc., most popular, but on his second visit, he will not see naturally the high selling, but the stuff that he has checked out in the past, more on that line, and also purchased together, most views viewed together, etc. So that's the level of personalization that we realistically do.
So I completely hear you, and I think what we are all already too used to the kind of personalization we get currently on various websites that we buy, and it's becoming a part of us. One is what we see on our content piece, right? When we go to an app, we go to a website. But what I've seen recently is there's a lot of hyper-personalization that's happening on ads that we receive, right? On our feed, on our banners, etc. What goes in behind in making that personalization? What parameters, what cost, what team, etc.?
Yeah, so as Thagat said, keep it simple. So it's very basic. I think if you put a simple 3x3 matrix, it's person, place, and moment. And you put everything around it, and that's how you try and understand on who that consumer is, where is he at, and what is the moment that he is in. And that is how you create a complete series of consumer journeys, and then you create addressable segments. So it is about creating as much as granular addressable segments, and at each segment you understand what the consumer response has been. So make it more relevant on the go. And that's where we work with a lot of technology in-house, and we have a framework which is called an addressable content engine, which creates mass segments, addressable segments at scale. So, between the four of us, if we, in our own respective unique consumer journeys, or our data segments, or our prior histories, I make the consumer I make the communication as relevant as possible. It's not that it's not been done before. It is, dynamic content at scale, but you add another dimension to it, which is the moment. Right, so it was always person and place. You add the moment. What's the temperature trigger? Did India win the match yesterday? Right. So what is the? For lack of a better example, again, weather comes on the top because we are in that season that the weather is changing frequently. So all of those triggers can be fed, and your comms be made more and more useful down the funnel. And the interesting piece to this is that, if you look at, your funnels across, so you will expose the consumer once, and then you can build it up till the final purchase. And that's where, we came back to your first question of whether personalization is spooky or not. Till the time you are creating relevant content, till the time you are making the consumer feel that, you need to buy it for a reason and just not push it. Just not, buy it, and make it much more relevant. So we stick to the basics. We follow a simple framework, and we work on tech. And for a very large e-commerce partner of ours, for their Diwali sale, we created 50,000 plus communication. And if you look at the kind of time that takes for you to create, and we are in that world, of course, Tathagat would agree that the creative production cost, right? So every time, an agency comes back and says that, boss, I need 4 more banners, and you go back to, again, you're the creative agency. So that also solves, and it gives you output in terms of media efficiencies, right? So it creates that, it fills up that entire bucket for you.
It's a fabulous thought. I think person, place, and moment is what you said. It's a great framework. PPM, CPM, PPM. Yeah. Okay, so that's very interesting to know. I would like to ask you, I can see you very enthusiastic to add something to it.
Just to add to small point is that, yeah, we are all, at least I can speak for myself, traditional marketeers we all were, and we kind of, transition to the whole digital piece. I think the beautiful thing about personalization is that once, resources are never really a limiting thing. Yeah. If you start thinking of how do I solve this problem, sometimes, the problems can come from, the solutions come from anyone from the team. You mentioned production cost, and I have also been through that era where we produce, Hindi, and then there is, by must, there is 4 South, and Bengali, and, one more, so, 1 plus 7, yeah. And that it kind of adds to all the sort of IP cost and the beta cost and all of that. But then, the whole relevance of mass market advertising has been put on a big scanner. So what we also looked at is that even in e-commerce also, there are the brand videos and the customer videos that it is embedded there. And more than just basic looking at a 4+ or a 5 rating, people also look at how authentic those videos are. Are they really big influencer videos, or are they more authentic? So recently somebody in my team came up and say that, look, all these influencers are doing unboxing and they're not doing a very great job. Even our top trainers can do it. And then they quickly came up with the plan that, okay, we will do it in 14 languages. You just tell us one master format. We will be at least 80% good as that trainer. And they gave the cost to me in a peanuts. I said, okay, fine. We will give all those videos, to our e-commerce partners and everything, and we'll try. And the next step would be that if I am, searching for that same product in Delhi versus a Bangalore, I see a different customer, unboxing video over there. So try to solve the whole production issue with a more, jugaad, desi kind of a way.
I think Tathagat rightly said, and that's what we've also realized, because when we started in India, we were primarily only going around north of India. So Hindi really worked for us, reaching all kind of consumers, all kind of our drivers. But slowly, when we went towards West Bengal, and one of the suggestions was that of course, we cannot change the whole app at once, but we started putting small banners for our passengers and for our drivers in Bengali. And then we did the same in Tamil in Chennai. And it really created a very, very big impact. Of course, all of them do understand English, and the communication on those apps, it's not very long. There's small tidbits, book a ride, or, grab this opportunity, and everybody gets that. But converting them to the regional languages really makes that great impact, and I think it's our most favorable tool for hyper-personalization as well.
So what I hear is basically using the PPM strategy, creating dynamic creative optimization tools, I think, because that will help us in reducing cost, using some kind of influencers, local methodology to work on your costings, and as well as vernacular. I think that's very important today. I have seen a lot of, like last year, the trend was about reels, creating more content, doing more videos. If you look at any big trend report for this year, it will be to do more with AI and ML, right? Not just AI, ML in terms of larger aspects, but also doing things like content, right? I work with Adani where we create a lot of content, and we're using AI to do content for them because it's to the tune of 5,000 blogs in a month somewhere, right? So that's the kind of volume we're doing for Adani One as a total group. So how do you use AI and ML in your organization to create this into a better way? Does this help you in terms of efficacy, or does this help you only in cost?
So being a transnational company, we've set some standards of our processes, and AI really, really helps us, enables it to actually allocate it in every part of the world. And we rely a lot on AI and machine learning. For example, let's say we normally realized, what we just saw in India, that when you go through our app, there's a comment part where you say that I want to go from A to B, this is the amount I'll share, and you can set a comment. And that's also, again, hyper-personalization. Well, Shraddha could say, I want to travel to Chandigarh from Delhi, but I have a dog with me. So you can just write, I have a pet. And the driver who's coming to pick you up can know about it, and you can choose a better partner in terms of your journey. Now, for this, we realized that a lot of passengers and a lot of drivers are randomly putting stuff in their comments. Someone wants to sell their car, they're putting it there. Someone says that I am a taxi agency, come join me. And that is how we came up with an auto ban system, where we have some algorithms working around it, just like what Airbnb does when you try to book something. You cannot show your mobile number. But that's easy to recognize because that's just a number. For us, we had to deep dive a lot. We had to see a lot of data. What are the kind of phrases there? Initially, we had a team of 2 people and for 12-hour shift, and they would just go through all the feeds and find, but that's impossible, right? So now we have AI helping us through it. Another thing which AI really helps us is driver verification, because in India, we are fond of scams. So we've got one driver registering with different names in different cars, and again, it becomes very difficult for our offline recruiters to go and check everyone. So now we have computer vision, which is trying to track who is being repeated. And there are cases like one car could have 2 drivers. The same registry number could have 2 drivers. One could work in the morning, one could work at night. But then again, we use the same computer vision in our cars as well. So that's how AI has really been helping us.
are you using AI ML for any of your clients?
Yeah, so AI for us, it's more, it's a very important fiber in our entire institution's growth. So the way, the way the industry is moving, the way the consumers are moving. So we've always worked on one simple principle is you chase where the consumer is and then you work it around, right? So I think I will again stick back to my already spoken words, which is about creating more meaningful consumer journeys. So specifically with this entire D2C upswing, where consumers are spending more and more time on the asset, on your experience. So that's where enablers like your chatbots, enablers like your virtual assistants, that's where we've been trying to make AI work much more strong. So how do you create a more personalized experience for a returning customer, for a new customer, for an existing customer across different sets? How do you make the journey more quicker in terms of moving into a conversion? So that's where our focus is on, wherein whatever data that you've collected of the consumer, use it in a way wherein AI is able to push and make that conversation much more closer towards a final conversion, because there are many friction points. The consumer time spent is decreasing, right? And it is moving across many platforms. So by the time he comes onto your asset with, and I was talking to Tathagat earlier in terms of cart abandonments, and there was a gentleman who spoke about on the earlier panel on how cart abandonments are the biggest problem, and that's where AI solves for it so incredibly. So everything, I mean, so how the industry speaks about AI is in a more charming way on how AI has to be used in terms of, making those wonderful award-worthy campaigns. Yes, they do work well, they create an impact, but I think on how AI plus ML is going to shape up the next 2-3 years is going to be absolutely exciting in terms of making the consumer reach much more closer to the brand.
I completely hear you and I agree with you, because I was using this AI tool for writing a content and it showed me Gateway of India in Delhi. So and you need manual checks still, irrespective of the fact that you're using AI. And while we are all talking about it, I think it's also very important for us to understand that you are using AI to train for yourself or your brand first, right? And it will take that 2-3 years of data and content till it comes to a level that you can use it efficiently for your brand only. So it can't kickstart from day one, right? So Tata, do you have any points on how AI and ML can really work in this entire arena of hyper-personalization?
No, not much to add to what Abhishek said. Like we said, currently we use more of ML, like I said, for our recommendation engine, because we really feel that that stretches our dollars far better. And going forward, once we fix all the sort of teething issues in terms of the real ground issues as far as our deliveries, our business in terms of stock, etc., then the aspiration is to take it to the next level in terms of AI. So that's the realistic scenario as far as my brand is concerned.
Completely. I think the hooter is there. I'll just end it on a note. Did you guys see the last Cadbury Shah Rukh Khan campaign, which was one of the most viral campaigns? Can I see some hands? How many of you saw it? Did you guys like it? Yeah, I think I got that creative back from my clients so many times on WhatsApp. That was one of the classic examples of AI and ML, right? How they used it and how Rephrase is using it. Then Zomato or Swiggy came up with Hrithik Roshan campaign, Zomato, right? And they spoke about how we are doing it. Just industry insights and small talks. The first season of that campaign was half manual, half AI. The second season was full AI, right? So that's how AI is. It can't go right in the first go. So you need to really use it, learn it, and evolve over it when you're doing such campaigns. But hyper-personalization is going to stick. Cookies, no cookies. Opt-in, no opt-in, I think it's a way. As long as you're not doing any fraud, you're not going to flee away from the country. You're not cheating. It's a good thing for the entire industry as well as for marketers, and that's where we would like to end our note on. Is there any questions you guys want to ask? Because we only were on one hooter, so we can take the next hooter. Yeah, please, go ahead. So if I yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think this is the this question is the flavor of the season. So I just have a simple answer to this. This is creator first party data, right? So invest in that. Invest in your data. Invest in cultivating your data. You start. The first step is start cultivating, then start enriching it. All the stacks in the world will come later, right? It's about getting back to the basics. The deprecation is going to come sooner or later, right? It might get stalled, it might get pushed. It's just that the verdict is getting pushed, but the verdict is going to come. So there is no rocket science to it. Just create a first party data, that's all.
I know. True. True. Cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for being nice and patient with us. I hope the session was really insightful for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And post the hyper-personalization panel discussion, we move to the next topic of the day, which is going to be on brand safety and mobile performance. Two key factors, of course, performance of the mobiles and at the same time how brand safety has to be also ensured. And chairing this session, we'll have with us Alok Pandey, Vice President, Sales and Marketing, SAPAT. Abhishek Mehta, Digital Marketing Lead, FMCG, Jubilant Foods, and the others in the panel include Amar Jyoti, Head of Marketing, Upgrad Abroad, Puneet Chahar, as Asia Head of Digital Performance Marketing, OLX Auto, and joining us virtually, we will have Shruti Kapoor, Head of Marketing, Pearson. पांच लोग हैं हाँ एक और चेयर डालना हाँ करेक्ट नहीं बस नहीं ऐसे मत उधर ही रखो ना आउट नहीं करना उसके साथ हाँ एक बॉक्स इधर रखो एक रहेगा हाँ एक बंदे पीछे स्क्रीन से आएंगे तो चेयर्स को इधर कर दो थोड़ा दो इधर दो उधर गैप रखो बीच में Well, I think most of our audiences here are probably outside. We'll just wait for a minute or two for them to join us back. Thank you. Mobexx 2022 Summit and Awards. We'd like to thank all our sponsors: Gold Partner Hybrid, Web3 Technology Partner Chingari, world's fastest growing on-chain social app, Innovation Partner Sepats, Gifting Partners Joy Personal Care. We've already had 2 panel discussions and a keynote address. The next one that will soon start is going to be on brand safety and mobile performance, like I said a while ago. Chairing the session, Alok Pandeyji, and panelists include Shruti Kapoor, who will join us virtually, as well as Abhishek Mehta, Amar Jyoti, and Puneet Shahar.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Very good afternoon. So myself, Alok, I'm Vice President, Sales and Marketing for Sepats Media. And I would like to introduce the esteemed panelist with us today. So Amar Jyoti, he's the Head of Marketing, Upgrad. Prior to this, he has also worked with Housing.com as Associate Director, Growth and Marketing. He has also worked with Square Yards as Vice President and Head of Growth, and few more like Alara Group and Firefox.com. Next to Amar is Puneet, and he is Asia Head of Digital Performance Marketing, OLX Autos. He has also worked with Koofs.com. He was a part of Jabong.com. He was the founding member there and worked as AVP Marketing there. And along with this, I have Abhishek with me. He is Digital Marketing Lead for Jubilant Foods, FMCG. He has also worked with Fulcro as VP Digital Marketing and with 9Zest as Director Marketing. And I guess we have, okay. So Shruti is coming virtually. I mean, Shruti was supposed to join us physically today, but you know, some unavoidable circumstances at the last hour, she couldn't make it. But Shruti, as per the commitment, she is joining virtually. And Shruti is heading the digital marketing for Pearson. Hi, Shruti.
Hi.
So Shruti is heading digital marketing for Pearson. She has also worked with Usha International as department head digital marketing, and she has a very vast experience working with Sony India also. She has worked for 14 years with Sony India. So now we can start the discussion. The topic of this discussion today is, how to ensure brand safety, right? And why the brand safety is so important to us, kind of. Right. So, you know, brand safety is important, and it's a journey of multiple deliberate decisions, design choices, which we make to attain the recognition of our users, to get the audience. Because let alone, you know, getting those recognition may be a costly as well as very challenging affair. So we have seen this evolution of brand safety. I would like to know the perspective of Puneet. I'll start with you first. How do you see this evolution of brand safety in the recent years?
Okay, hope you can hear me. So see, if we talk about, you know, the journey of, you know, or evolution of brand safety. During the pre-digital era, brand safety was more related to, bad press, copyright infringement, and also some poor placement, if brand, saw. And that was very hard to measure also. because it was everything, offline. And if you get information, okay, then you go to, the legal ways and all those things, right? That was a pre-digital era. Then came 1994. In 1994, AT&T in US, they served world's first ever online banner ad.
Okay.
By the way, it got some 40-45% CTR.
Is it?
Because it was the first banner ad world ever saw. And hence, the brand safety landscape also changed. Also, the life of marketeers changed forever. So remember 1994. Then let's quickly come to say 2004, 5, 6, when Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter got launched. After 3 years, Facebook launched its ads platform. And Mark Zuckerberg, proudly said that we are going to change the world of advertising. It did that. But no one imagined that kind of brand implications will come with that kind of advertising.
True.
Then somewhere, I think 2011 or 12, there was YouTube, issue. Toyota and PNG ads were shown on YouTube on the videos related to ISIS recruitment. So, and it continued because at that time the technology also was not that evolved to track, identify, and stop those kind of ads or even the videos on the platform. And YouTube was infamous, that time to have such kind of videos and also related to, the hate speech. I mean, lot of brands such as Nike, Nestle, even Amazon, they paused their advertising on YouTube because the brand, the platform echoed with lot of hate speech and, the kind of content brand did not want to be, featured on. After that, somewhere in 2011-12, the programmatic also started. It came with its own things, related to, the brand safety. If we were having this discussion maybe some 4 or 5 years back, because programmatic was not mainstream that time, maybe it was not very relevant also. Now lot of brands, started, spending on programmatic. Hence, now they understand what is the importance of brand safety as well. And recently, like if we look back, some 7, 8 years, lot of specialized tools also have come up who can help brands, with brand safety, because it is not just about where my ad is being shown. The problem is even bigger. That is my ad being shown to humans or not?
True.
The frauds are also there. Is my ad being shown maybe within 1 by 1 pixel only? It is not visible. Technically it is served, but it is not visible. So frauds are there. The context, in what context the ad is being shown, whether it is being shown to humans or bots. So it has come to this level now. If I put it, the entire, the evolution of brand safety in one picture.
Yes, very true. I mean, if we are talking about the brand safety, it's no surprise that you as a marketeer, I mean, Amar, Puneet, Abhishek talking about Shruti, you care a lot about your brand identity, brand image, because, and how to keep it safe on a journey of, thousands of trips it takes to grace the ad space on multiple platforms, let's say mobile web, or in-app websites, extra. So I would like to understand this brand safety evolution once again from your perspective, Amar.
So yeah, as rightly said by Puneet, I would like to just add a few more lines to it. Brand safety, it has evolved a lot in the recent times, and the evolution has been fast-tracked by the global events of 2020. And the traditional brand safety avoidance tactics, they still remain relevant. But nowadays, the brand safety, it has expanded to include brand suitability. So more and more brands are looking out for new ways to create safe brand profiles to ensure safe and suitable ad inventory in responsible media environments which aligns to their brand profiles and KPIs. And also the brand, when I say about the brand suitability, so it's basically, it's nowadays it's powered by contextual intelligence, which analyzes content beyond the URLs and keywords and determines the relationship between terms and phrases and the broader meaning that they depict. So this actually allows the advertisers and publishers to get in touch with responsible and desired media environments, which maximizes protection and establish connection with the relevant audience. So that's how I see the evolution of brand safety. It has been in the recent times. Yeah.
Yes, totally agree. I mean, you put a very good point like brand suitability, which we were discussing about the ad relevance, right? So it's not about the fraud only, it's about the relevance, it's about how competitive you are while, targeting your user. Because if you are targeting your user as a competitive space, which is mean to be, or those are the intentional users, right? So that's also a prospect of putting your ads at the right place at the right time. And we have seen this evolution in the last 25 years. I mean, we have come from the pre-digital dark ages to now cutting-edge advertising technology in this brand safety, if we will talk about this whole digital ecosystem. So, Abhishek is with me. I would like to know your perspective as a brand safety. I mean, like user suitability, ad relevance, and Puneet, let us know about, how this era from 2011, 12, I mean, how we came up here. How do you think, I mean, what is the brand safety exactly means to you?
Okay. See, for me, brand safety is all about, using platforms or channels which would connect with your brand values. Okay, so there are a lot of cringe content, okay, good content, bad content, hate speech, political ideologies, right? Say you sell children's toys, right? You can't be advertising on adult websites, right? It should connect with your brand ideology, brand values. Users should see, okay, I'm reading this particular information about food, right? Which says use organic food. You can't just jump and start advertising your sort of, or a junk food or a pizza there.
So it's more about content relevance.
It should be about relevance, because the one who's reading it or consuming that particular content, let's say it's a video or a news or an article, they understand what they're actually reading, right? So it should not conflict with the content which they are, reading or consuming, and it should be there with your brand values for sure.
So we have discussed about this ad user relevance, content relevance, contextual targeting, kind of how to be more competitive, looking at the brand safety as well, right? So I mean, I'll jump on the next topic of our discussion, that is OEM, right? And OEMs these days we have seen that they provide unique proposition, and they impasse the advertiser with multiple advertising opportunities. If we will talk about this specific user acquisition marketing, right? So, yes, Shruti is with us. So, Shruti, how do you think this working with OEM is more reliable and trustworthy for advertiser points of view in comparison to working with any other traffic sources like an app or, let's say, mobile web?
Sure. Hi, I hope I'm audible. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Shruti, go on.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Apologies, first of all, I couldn't actually join there and I have to join virtually. That is the first thing I would like to say.
I have already informed the audience, and thank you so much because you have joined virtually as per the commitment. Yes, Shruti. Yeah.
Okay, so regarding the OEM advertising, we need to understand what OEM advertising is all about. It actually is, and it is basically giving us a strong reach, which is through different platforms on different mobile phones, handsets, and all that. Along with, it's a safe metrics for us as compared to what we were provided earlier, and what were the solutions that were available earlier. I mean, I'm coming from an era wherein we used to market our product on different platforms and then getting into ad network and then coming to the programmatic wherein we could actually restrict to the contextuals, and then we were struggling that how to actually ensure a brand is safe, because obviously there was during that time, if I look into the spillovers and my debates with my agency, I've seen when many of my agency representative already here. So yeah, so there had been a lot of debates that I have got into where we talked about the relevancy. Along with that, as you guys rightly talked about, the suitability as well, and the brand is showcased on the safe platform or no. And safe is something that you it is very, it's a brand perspective that we all get into. Safe for me will be different from maybe for the safe advertising for any other publisher. For me, it can be present on any controversial education platform as well. It can be for others, it cannot be, like it's like a normal communication that is floating there, and they would like to present, be definitely they would like to be there. So that's where the challenges we get into. Coming to the OEM, it actually helps me give a better reach. It helps me engage my learners better, because my learners are basically available on mobile phone. That's what they have. And that's where if we look into the current situation, how our learners I mean get engaged on the platform, it's mainly on the entertainment, learning, and the gaming content, which actually gives me a huge place to play around, engage my learners in a better way, get into different kind of deals and put up good solutions there and get the learner to my platforms. So that's how we are using it, and that's how I feel OEM is definitely a safe platform to go ahead with.
Right, Shruti, thank you so much for the insights on OEMs. So, while talking about OEMs, why I'm emphasizing much on this, because there is no third party involved in between, right? So it's the direct relation between budget holder, that is marketeer, and the OEM itself. We have seen this, Android market share increases, as well as there are multiple OEM platforms in the market, right? And also working with the OEMs will give a sense of native to the users, because a lot of users understand that this is something native. It's not pushed ads. So I would like to know perspective, Amar, from you next. So how do you think the traffic of OEM or the working with OEM in this particular user acquisition marketing is going to help us?
Yeah. So as very rightly said by Shruti and you as well, I think OEMs are a welcome addition to the digital marketing foray, more so because to end the monopoly of players like Google and Facebook. So I think OEMs are in particularly, so basically OEMs, the traffic, the nature of the traffic is very high quality. And because of ads, like you said, the ads are served natively and directly from the manufacturer to user. And also OEMs are fraud free. So basically because of their user design and experiences, so OEMs are fraud free. And also OEMs follow they're transparent about the traffic attribution, and also they follow the GDPR policies, which makes it very attractive option in US and Europe, where the privacy is a major concern. So and also I would, so the technical stack of OEMs are also basically, it includes either a direct channel or a APK solution, which makes it transparent and ads are basically, it's perceived natively. All this makes, I would say, OEM a very attractive option. And apart from that, the trust in OEMs also arises from the trust in the brand, Android as a brand, as a manufacturer. So all this makes OEMs a very lucrative option, I would say.
True. So trust on the manufacturer, right, gives a trust on the OEM traffic. And working with OEMs, because these days advertiser develop new strategies, right? They design new media plans or advertising mix to get more user on their platform. And OEM on the top of it is giving you an alternate to the Play Store, right? To tap the untapped audience, because you guys are working with, let's say, Apple Store or Google Play Store. So these are audience which has not been tapped, let's say, from other traffic sources. So this is one reason I guess OEM I'll emphasize more. I would like to understand from OLX Auto point of view and the multiple e-commerce you have worked with. So what is your opinion, I mean, working with OEM while working with other traffic sources like in-app or mobile web?
Okay, so I worked with OEMs, when I was working with one of the fashion e-commerce company. Let me put this into, the programmatic context. See, it boils down to the trust. I know you, I trust you, I'll buy inventory from you.
True.
And that is the reason, if you look at the programmatic landscape, India is still at a very nascent stage. In India, most of the inventory is being bought in open market. If you look at more mature markets like US, where a couple of years back, the PMP overtook the open network. Because PMP is like, it is, I know, some of, the publishers and they also do not want, every, advertiser on their platform. They also select the advertisers. Hence the PMP came into the picture. It is like semi-walled garden. And that is the reason now advertisers preferring PMP over open network because of trust. So end of the day, it boils down to the trust.
Boils down to the trust, working with OEM, I mean, trust on the manufacturer, Android manufacturers, the transparency, no involvement of any third party, direct relationship with the marketeers, and so these are some advantages working with OEMs. You want to add something, Abhishek, on it?
So look at the amount of data you control, from knowing what is the MRP of the device, what the consumer is purchasing, what is their pattern of using certain apps, behavior, what are they browsing, everything. So you control that entire ecosystem with OEM marketing. So these OEMs control. So the insights are precise comparatively to, doing an interest-based targeting. Even the small advertisers can actually have a very sharp level, precise level targeting with OEM because of the amount of data they control. They know, this particular person is using a iPhone 8 or 9 or 10, right? He's purchasing, he's buying certain things. So he can actually afford a iPhone 11, 12, right? So for advertisers, this is, I think, like a win-win solution where they know their purchase pattern, their behavior, certain apps they use, how they are interacting with certain promotions. Say you ran some campaign or their weather app, or you showed some recommendation to install some gaming apps, which looks like native over there, right? So, how they responded. The CTR or the conversion rate is fine or good enough to meet the standard, or that user actually, qualifies into someone who would purchase or buy. So it is a lot of opportunity and it would grow looking at the amount of success rate it will have.
Yes, you added a very valid point, like the data with the OEM partners, right? So they do have data because you need not to depend on any third party, let's say any platform for the data, for the user you're targeting, because OEM have the control of the data of all the users they have. They know what kind of affinity this particular user is, and on the basis of that, they can retarget those users. Okay, so I'll have to quickly jump to different topic because this the brand safety. I wanted to cover a lot of things here. So third one is DSP, right? So self-serve DSP platform with complete transparency. And I would love to discuss this with you guys as a brand, your perspective. How do you think, because as a brand, as an advertiser, you want to showcase your audience, your offerings in a way that it should be communicated properly as per the communication you want to send to the intended user. You want to communicate your planning, your strategy directly to the platform. And you need not to depend on any third party, second party, any middleman in between where there are communication losses in between. The objective was anything which has not been communicated well. So working with the DSP is an advantage for a brand, right? Because you will have a full control of or the ownership of this whole platform. How do you think working with DSP is more reliable, more trustworthy, and more effective considering its transparency and its control for an advertiser. Shruti, if you can give your perspective on this.
Hi. So yes, I completely agree with you, Alok, in terms of the self-server DSPs offers a lot of flexibility to the advertisers, and that has been the demand for all of us since long. Since the time we actually started this kind of a marketing, definitely we all talked about that we want to understand where our ad is going, which sites it is floating in, what is the algo behind, are we targeting the right audience, is this available on the right platform, is it brand safe, am I available on the right place or where I should be ideally. So yes, I completely agree on this point. And these self-server DSPs actually help us control the complete ad buying processes, complete inventory to the targeting, to the campaign management, and for making use of the complete inclusion and exclusion of the list that we are looking at. So definitely it is working well. Having said that, it further adds a challenge at the marketer's end or the agency whom you are working with, because you have to get into yourself with the regular audits and the controls. We need to be completely on our toes to find out the relevancy and do the control checks ourselves. So definitely it is not, I would not say it is 100% foolproof that we have, but yes, to a great extent we have addressed it. I mean, we already know, I mean, even at the Googles and the Metas of the world, there are challenges that we have gone through. Approximately 10 to 15% variations also falls in there also. So yeah, so we can say, but yes, the transparency definitely has worked well for us. So whether if I talk about my previous organization or here, it has really helped us to a great extent.
Yes, so there are challenges working with even Google, Facebook, or YouTube, right? So there are challenges working with DSP, but we are comparing, on the availability of different traffic sources we have, or on the availability of different platforms with whom to work. And one more thing I would like to add, Abhishek here, that, working with DSP, because, DSP gives us insight of multiple data points, right? So you will have multiple data points like whom to target, how to target. Along with that, there is no middleman in between. You need not to adhere to any specific time zone. You need not to follow any business time to execute your campaign. It gives you an opportunity to plug and play, right? You can explore the audience. You can explore the ecosystem as per your thought and as per your concept, right? So these are something, I mean, DSP offers us. Do you really believe, looking at your past experience, like working with DSP, how it has enhanced the performance of your campaign, or let's say, how it is safer in comparison to the other platform we are working for the user acquisition?
Sure. It is safer because, there are no third party involved. Yes. You control from creative ideation to running these campaigns to placement to certain keywords, certain interests, everything. You control everything. And you can always do A/B testing, look at data, analyze what is working for you, what kind of creative communication is working with you. So there are no third party involved. So, you have to go through a process, wait for answers. Everything is real time. You can see, you can analyze, you can optimize your campaign. You can even try out different sort of communication, different sort of creative, different sort of placement for you. And everything is in front of you. So you don't need to wait and, go through multiple processes. So that's why it's easier. It's reliable. It's faster than, the other solutions which are available.
It's reliable, it's faster, it's transparent, right? And it gives us insight with multiple data points. I would like to understand from Amar, you, right? So working with a DSP, because, while working with a DSP, you do have full control of the campaign you want to run, right? You have full control, and you can optimize the campaign on the basis of, let's say, specific ad line item, because you will get to know which ad is working better for me, from which geos, from which genre it's working. So these kind of insights, once you have in your control, do you think it's a better to run the campaign with DSP because it's safer, because there are a lot of quality tools already integrated? Your DMP will authenticate the data on your DSP. I just wanted to understand your point of view.
So I would say definitely it is better, and most of the points you guys have already covered. So one point just I would like to add over here is the ownership of the intellectual property remains with the advertiser. So that is one advantage that I can add to other points that you have already covered, and definitely it gives you the entire autonomy to manage your ads, run your ads, target the specific audience, placement-wise, audience-wise, everything. You have the autonomy, so nothing better than that. That's my take on that.
Puneet, you want to add?
So see, to run your programmatic, you need a DSP. It really depends on the capability of that DSP to identify and stop before the bid and after the bid. So it really boils down to what technology they have, what capabilities, kind of capabilities that DSP has in order to identify whether should I bid for this impression or not. If this impression is not being shown to real human being, don't bid. If it is not brand safe, understand the context, don't bid. And I understand everything cannot be, identified, at pre-bid level. Then at least, at post-bid level, give that analysis. That, hey, this is the analysis. These were the impressions which are brand safe. These were the impressions which were not brand safe. Now these are the action items which you need to take. So I think from that perspective, yes, it makes sense.
Yes, so you have mentioned if you want to work programmatic, you have to work with the DSP. So from there, I mean, I'll picking up the queue, and I'll would like to discuss this topic. Cookieless future with the programmatic advertising, right? So we all know, I mean, as a programmatic platform, these platforms have been, tracking the third-party cookies since ages, to target, to retarget for the behavioral targeting, ad frequency, and multiple things. We have seen, like Safari have stopped this third-party cookies in 2017, and then followed by Mozilla, and Google started doing it in phase-wise since 2020 till 2022. So what will be the future of programmatic advertising in this cookieless world, right? So I would like to start with Abhishek, you. What will be the future of this programmatic advertising in this cookieless world? Because we are dependent on the third-party cookies to target, to retarget for the behavioral targeting, because we get all the insights from the cookies. But once it will be phased out, I know it is going to be affecting this display advertising and this programmatic advertising a lot. I mean, wanted to understand your point of view.
So it's interesting and scary, both things at a time. Because all your remarketing, retargeting, frequency capping, behavioral targeting, everything gone, right? So it's just you and the consumer, right?
Yes.
So you don't have any footprints, anything. So I think Google is releasing its sandbox. I think it would be live by end of 2023. And then I think we would be cookieless, right? So in that scenario, I think it's very important for all the brands to build their first party data. Interact with your consumers, use your CRMs, use your marketing campaigns, and build that data, because it's going to save you in the future. That's why this direct-to-consumer approach, DTC, you've been seeing even our, though the betas and although they don't look promising, a lot of brands are investing. They're investing it as a marketing tool to understand their consumer behavior. Because you pretty much have everything, what they're buying, what they're purchasing, how soon they're coming back, how they're responding to you. Second is, I think contextual advertising was always there. But somehow with all these fancy things, it got a little bit sidelined. So we would see contextual coming back with the bang, with relevance, us, looking at more relevant content for our brand, keeping in mind brand safety and other factors, but contextual would be bigger. Yeah.
Contextual would be bigger, and I know there is no any black and white answer for this, that how it is going to be without this third-party cookie, how the programmatic will work. But I know it will give an opportunity to innovate and explore, right? for this relevance of ads in this display ecosystem, so once the cookie will be phased out completely, I guess this is the this will be the need of R to have your own proprietary databases as a brand. As a tech platform, we should have our own first-party data, right, to map those data to get the desired result kind of thing, right? So Shruti, I would like to understand your point of view. You are smiling over there. So what is your perspective? How it is going to be as how the programmatic will run once this will be phased out?
So, Alok, as you all are already discussing about cookieless marketing is definitely one of the big challenges that we will get into. By 2024, the only thing I can say is we all need to innovate, come back with the new things, new ideas, and that's what I'm expecting the complete industry as an evolution to come back. The way we have come up with OEM, definitely there would be some other things that will come up. That's what I'm hoping for now. But yeah, we need to be ready for that. For, as Abhishek was rightly talking about, the first party database and the CRM needs to be stronger and stronger for the relationship marketing in future, because obviously currently we talk about relationship, we talk about omnichannel marketing and all that. You cannot do unless and until you build up that kind of a database and with consent obviously, and start marketing on those platforms. So currently the right approach is try and develop the database with the available marketing tools that we have, OEM and others, and then try to, on the later stage, leverage that database is something I can say. Yeah, but this is one of the gray area wherein we all are going to struggle in future unless and until we come back with certain good solutions and innovate further.
Yes, so we are all going to struggle for this, advertising, display advertising as a system after this cookie will be phased out. But I believe, I mean, there is a lot of thing coming up, because we have seen the rapid digital adoption and we have seen a lot of changes which we haven't expected, and now we are doing that. So I do believe that it will be, handled very well by the marketeers, by the tech platform in the market. Puneet, I mean, your point of view, do you think, I mean, apart from the contextual targeting, the user relevance, proprietary database advertisers should have on their own, you want to add up any points over here?
So let me add a few more dimensions to this discussion. Let me ask the audience, how many of you are digital marketeers?
Digital marketeer, everybody.
Yeah, marketeers. Okay. What do you think, how much of your remarketing is dependent on third-party cookies? What percentage? Any numbers? Okay.
Avinash will answer.
Any other number? He's saying everything, 100%. Okay. So it is like ranging from 70% to 80, 85% of the remarketing runs on third-party cookies today. Think, being a marketeer, by the end of 2023, third-party cookies will not be there. Your life is going to change. Another thing, now what we will do? Okay, I'll start collecting first-party data. Now data protection bill is coming. You need to have consent, and there are lot of clauses in that bill. I read those 25 pages of that bill. There are a lot of concerns also. So if you think, no, my life would be easy if there are no third-party cookies, I'll start collecting first-party data, I'll use that data. No, you need to take care of the government regulation as well. The data protection bill also, right? That is second. Third, comes into the picture the AI. Have you experienced the recent, the chat GPT?
Yeah.
I don't know, after a year or two, even marketeers are required to create ads. I can just ask, create ad for this product. So remember three things: third-party cookies, the DP bill, and the AI. It is going to change your life forever. So better start preparing for that. Invest in a good CDP, have your consent strategy ready, and be aware of the AI. How can you take advantage of AI? Three things. If you need to take out of this discussion 3 action items, take these three action items. Now let me ask one more question. what do you think is going to be, the currency of the future? Bitcoin or da-da-da? No. For a marketeer, yeah. For a marketeer, it is going to be the consented identity. An identity of user who has consented to you to store, process their data. So that is going to be the future.
Very nice perspective. I mean, the unique perspective we got from Puneet. Right? So started, cheering up for you as well. So now, coming to the last topic for this discussion, I mean, it's coming to my mind. Shruti, I would like to start with you. I mean, or maybe, because I was talking to Abhishek, he has worked with multiple SSP. So, Abhishek, yeah. So, Abhishek, I mean, working with multiple SSP under one umbrella is going to give us advantage, I mean, over the other form of marketing. I mean, how do you see it?
See, it has its own advantages and disadvantages. There's a lot of manual work required to monitor, check, look at data, keep optimizing, and then, the advantage part is one DSP can actually offer you something, right? A different set of targeting. With others, you would get another set of targeting, another data. So say, example.
Another set of audience as well.
Exactly. So say with you start using OEMs, for example, and the ones which sells only 10K to 25K phones, right? So that's a different sort of audience, right? Your tier 2, tier 3 sort of audience. With a an iPhone or a OnePlus sort of audience, that's a different audience altogether. So it would give you to broaden your targeting, your opportunities. But it comes with its own set of challenges, manual interventions which you require to keep monitoring, optimizing.
It will require manual intervention. What I believe, working with multiple SSP under a single umbrella, right? So it will give us a double check, isn't it? Right? So once the SSP will have their check on pre-bid and post-bid, they must have authenticated tools integrated on their platform, and then there will be multiple checks for that particular platform where we are buying those impressions or buying those audiences. Along with this, Shruti, you want to add something? I mean, working with a multiple SSP under one umbrella, is it an advantage or is it more brand safe from a marketer point of view?
So, as Abhishek rightly said, many SSPs in one window definitely will help me expand the reach, for sure. It will help me target varied audience as well based on the requirement and the objectives that I have. Will add to more checks, as you rightly said, in terms of the keywords or the algos to sync the requirements that we have. But still, as a brand custodian, if you ask me, the single DSP system with a better control and transparency will ensure me to tackle it in a different way with the right platform to the relevance audience. I'm not saying that many SSP at one place is bad or the control or the content cannot be done. But yes, it will be a lot of manual exercises that we all will need to get into. So the reason, as I in the beginning also said, that unsafe content that is defined varies for brand to brand. So and even whatever algos we try and put up into, we still have to get into checks there with the proper implementation and avoid certainties which may exist in the system and we are not looking up to. So yeah, so there would be challenges. So I would not say there is anything right or wrong approach here, but depending on the objectives would change my preferences based on the objective that I have. Maybe we'll take a call during that period that whether it should be a SSP or it should be a single DSP kind of option.
Understood. So apart from increasing the audience reach and increasing the checks, I mean it all depends on the conditional. What kind of campaigns you are going to launch. It will depend on whether you to work with multiple SSP at a point of time or not. Right. So I mean, summing up this discussion, because I know maybe we are running out of time. We have to sum up this discussion. So brand is all about because you guys as a marketer do care about the brand image and the because your consumers take you as a you do all the checks and crosses at your end, and we as a platform in this fast-moving digital adoption, we need to be very, very innovative to keep all these checks, to authenticate all the users, because user relevance is very important, context is very important and all. So from that, I know, the panel is going to be here for a while, so if any audience would like to, have any queries, they can clear it out with the panelists. Thank you so much. What an amazing conversation it was. What an amazing panel we have. Thank you, Shruti. Thank you, Puneet. Thanks, Amar. Thanks, Abhishek. Thank you so much. Thanks, AdGully.
Thank you, bro.
Well, a group photograph, please. Brand safety and mobile performance. The topic that is done with, and we now have the next session of the day, which will take place, before which we would like to thank all our sponsors who've made this wonderful event possible. Mobexx 2022 Summits and Awards, and to all our sponsors, we would like to thank them. Gold partner, Hybrid, Web3 technology partner, Chingari, world's fastest growing on-chain social app, innovation partner, Sepats, gifting partners, Joy Personal Care. We would like to present an AV of all our sponsors and thank them for having associated themselves with us this wonderful day.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exactly. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingari Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingari and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
And we move to the next session for the day. It's going to be a one-on-one discussion between two gentlemen who are here with us. The subject being driving pragmatic efficiencies, bringing AI and ML to the mix. And taking us through this, we have with us Vishnu Sharma, founder and CEO, Efficacy Worldwide, and Gandharv Sachdeva, country head, Hybrid.
First of all, thank you so much, Vishnu, for your time over here. And today we're going to talk about how programmatic is driving efficiencies in the market with bringing with AI and ML into the picture. So my first question that comes to you.
Thanks, Gandharv.
Yeah. So
thanks, AdGully, for this opportunity. Pleasure is all mine, please.
So my first question comes that with over 20 years of experience in the communication and business, how efficacy has been driving into it and how platforms like Hybrid AI are helping you to drive those efficiencies as well in the programmatic business?
Okay, as the name suggests, efficacy is about building efficiencies and impact for advertising. So at the genesis of efficacy, efficiencies when we talk of are not in terms of pricing alone. That's an hygiene. What efficiencies mean would be ROIs on various KPIs and parameters. So that is what we do at Efficacy. That's the core, what we bring to the table for our esteemed clients. And in our partnership lately with Hybrid AI, what we have seen is that we both organizations work with this similar goal in mind. So it is not the lowest CPM or CPCVs which we are delivering to the clients. It's not about just delivering those hard-coded numbers. It's about delivering the lower down the funnel, the various KPIs which might not be your
direct KPIs of deliveries, but what the client wants. So that's the client delight we both work towards.
Great, great. My second question comes is, your agency follows an omni-channel strategy based on analytic insights. So how will a full stack programmatic ecosystem, such as the one offered by Hybrid AI, helps efficacy fortified strategy into the programmatic business?
Okay. So, interesting one that, we avoid calling ourselves an agency, we call ourselves a MarTech agency. So any advertising campaign which comes to us is not about buying media, delivering eyeballs, and out of it. When we are working, for want of a better word, on an AI structure in which all the campaigns, inputs and outputs are analyzed in a multivariate analysis mode. So the clients now are very intelligent. Lots of startups we work with and lots of evolved clients have multiple parameters they keep looking at. There are pre and post surveys, and there is the GA data and whatnot. So we try to model out the inputs in terms of the various media we are using, the publishers, the television channels, so on and so forth, and also the outputs. Now, when we are doing this stack up and trying to derive some learnings for future campaigns, it is imperative for us, when we are using a DSP like Hybrid, to have the detailed out input parameters. What kind of targeting, what kind of audiences we are going after, what geographies are delivering, what kind of conversions are happening, the full stack. So having a partner like Hybrid helps us in delivering our differentiated services to our clients. So that's how it works.
And if I may ask, how would you compare to other DSPs? What are the best things that you've received from Hybrid and how they've come up?
So to each one, all DSPs are great. The tech stack is very, very simple. Having a trading desk, I can call myself a DSP. All DSPs talk of AI and ML. And AI and ML, are literally a little abused terms these days. It's a buzzword. The moment we start talking of AI and ML, the smallest of computer institute down inside a village would talk about running AI courses. So I take pride in saying that the first line of code I wrote in my engineering college 26 years back was an AI code. Because if I'm using an if-then-else loop, it is AI, right? But where differentiation comes in is in terms of using that layers of learning in deliveries. So we have worked with most of the DSPs, the big ones, the great ones, the walled gardens. But when we have been consistently working for the same set of clients on the similar campaigns, we have seen Hybrid AI DSP delivering those sharper targeting, reduction in cost, delivering better ROIs. So that's the differentiation we feel. I would not be able to get inside your code and how well it is written and how the AI actually is performing inside your system. So on the face of it, all of it works fine. The brand safety, given IAB lab certification, given fraud protection, these are becoming more and more jargons. When we see them in action is when we choose partners to work with, and I would give you as good as all the marks for it.
Great. Okay. My next question is, how can agencies and brands make the most of mobile programmatic for their campaign targeting? What does the future of mobile programmatic growth and looks like in India? And what are the next gen technologies gaining momentum?
So while all of us talk of programmatic, we keep coming across conversations wherein the brightest of the clients talk about programmatic is fine, but what kind of publishers we are using? Site list to de do, So when we are talking of programmatic, we are targeting audience, right? When we are using programmatic, we are going after certain KPIs. So the whole stack of mobile marketing would be leveraged properly by the clients if we actually absorb the genesis of why programmatic and what it is supposed to deliver, right? So if I am running an awareness campaign, I need to look at what KPIs I'm looking at. वो तो ठीक है, but conversion नहीं आया, right? A CPS campaign would not be run by programmatic, it would be run by an affiliate क्योंकि वहाँ पे fixed है. This doesn't work, you know. So for all of us in the ecosystem of digital advertising, if we have to ensure that the mobile programmatic is leveraged fully, first we need to understand the stack up. 2, we need to understand what we are getting into. 3, we need to be very clear of what we are asking to get. And 4, we need to ensure that whatever we are getting, we derive the right learnings out of it. Because the whole core of programmatic advertising is improving the audience cohort as we move forward, improving the ROIs. If you are not keeping an eye on that, there are situations where we come in that we are asked to map some campaigns on the deliveries, and when we ask for a GA access, or in terms of a download, we look at AppsFlyer or other data, adjust data, the events are not actually logged in. The code is not written on the metas. So you need to educate those guys, you know. So we need to understand the whole stack up. I am using your DSP to drive programmatic, great, but I need to have those tools inside my system to learn and move forward from there on. So that's where the challenge lies, and that's where is the opportunity.
Very nice. Can we have the AV, please? So we'll go through an AV of the image that we were discussing.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects, artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are 2 types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is InVideo, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
Thank you. Okay. So when we talk about in-image video, which is Vox that you've just seen, it is a format that has been enabling agencies to have the advertising more recommendatory and avoid banner blindness as well. So how can ads be more relevant, as I hope you've been working with in-image? So what do you feel that how the future of advertising with in-image will be?
See, the lines between content and media is blurring. So this comes as a fresh breath. But before I delve more into Vox and my understanding of how it works, actually I would go back into the memory lane for 2 seconds, because I have an ex-colleague of mine, Sameer, sitting here. He had Paytm ads. We both worked together on Airtel business long back. So what comes as contextual advertising, you know, earlier on, a brand which is relevant to a sports audience would ensure that their ads to be put in the sports page of the newspaper. The FMCG brands would want their ads to run on Jassi Koi Nahi and Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi, so on and so forth. So it was the monkey gate which happened between Harbhajan Singh and yeah. So that slapped, yeah. And Airtel's tagline was "Baatein girati hain, faaslon ki diwarein." So we knew that this picture, the reconciliation happened between the 2 captains, and there was a photo to be carried in Times of India front page for sure, where they would do the golden handshake, right? So we ensured that when that picture came in on the front page of TOI, It was captioned rightly, "Baatein girati hain, faaslon ki diwarein." That was the genesis of contextual advertising and its implementation, but the kind of effort it took for us at that point in time is to ensure, keep reading, figuring out when is this going to happen, when TI is going to print that ad, what will be the costings, manage it, right? You have simplified it for us. You have completely simplified it for us, for all of our advertisers and agencies. When we want to do it, it's there. So we talk of contextual advertising. We know text and image. Image is 10 times better, 100 times better. How big it is, it all works. So this tech is going to be maybe a game changer. To what extent, I'm not too sure. But its adoption needs to be done properly. And also, people need to ensure that how much value is the incremental cost of this advertising delivering. This is a big problem with digital buying, A CPM on X content versus Y content is not differentiated. To some extent in sports marketing on some OTTs is a differentiated one. But similarly, it should work for this also. So contextual advertising on image, understanding the human face, works wonderfully well, and it will go a long way. That's my understanding.
Great. Thank you so much, Vishnu, for simplifying for us that how programmatic is more an efficient media with driving in AI and ML into the picture. And yes, the in-image advertising that we talk about as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Gandharv. Thanks, the audience, for this opportunity and listening to us patiently. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
Thank you, gentlemen. We move to the next session of the evening, and the subject that will be covered is going to be in-app advertising revisited in the new world. Sharing the session, we have with us Nishant Malik, Director Sales, MAAS Platform, and the panelists, we have Urmesh Chandra, Head Digital Marketing Policy Bazaar, Avinash Tiwari, Head of Digital North, Havas Media, Priyank Agarwal, Director, Growth Marketing and Partnerships, Tata IMG, and Tanushree Radhakrishnan, Head, Biddable Group M Nexus.
So thanks guys for joining. I know this is a last panel discussion, so we'll try to make it interesting. And we've got our fellow panelists over here, so let's make it informative for everyone. So today we'll be discussing about in-app advertising redefined in the new world. If you have to actually look at the new world today, look at where we have come from the last 1 year to now. Things have completely shifted. People are moving out. People are traveling like crazy. We have already seen the videos coming in from Terminal 3. We have been into that news lately, and things have been changing completely. And the trends also along with that in the in-app advertising ecosystem is completely changing. So I think what we'll do is we'll probably start off with the first question, which is around the headwinds and tailwinds that we are seeing within the in-app advertising ecosystem, how the things are changing, what sort of industry verticals are probably shaping up based upon the growth. So probably Umesh, would you like to start off, and especially with JFM being one of the top quarters for you from the fintech and the BFSI landscape?
Thanks, Nishant. According to me, I think in the previous year, the best thing that has happened in the digital landscape was the growth of fintechs. In fintechs, I would say we keep paytech as one, wealth tech as one, and then the rest of them are there. We have seen how Zerodha grow, and all of that has grown. We've seen how millennials have come up on the investment side of the things, and the numbers. I think everyone has seen that how those numbers has grown, and the first 3 months of this financial year was the biggest number that has got posted on the RBI website also. Apart from that, crypto story, everybody knows what has happened there. Plus to it, I think another trend was, to my favorite also, the social influencers, the OTTs, how that has grown. And I think all in all, everything was on the positive side only, and very less was on the negative side. Including e-com, where food delivery, retail, fashion, everything has kind of taken up the growth by leaps and bounds. But yeah, my favorite again remains to the InsurTech, to which I belong to, which is which has absolutely grown leaps and bounds during the COVID time because of the sheer nature of the product, the nature of the work that we do, the product that we work for is saving lives at the time when it is required the most. Yeah.
Right. So, Avinash, anything would you like to add up to that? Any trends that you're seeing?
Sure. So I think rightly said that actually there's no negative that we've seen, and specifically when we're talking about in-app, if you really look our lives, we're so much dependent on apps daily by anything that you pick up, whether it's entertainment, utilities, medical facilities, everything. So automatically, if the consumers are using on the app, the usage is increasing, the chances of advertising is growing up. Definitely there is not a negative, I would say, maybe there's a challenge that is increasing because of the trackability. From an investment point of, from a marketer that you look at, you would always expect that what you're putting up, you're getting that value to it. Now that has also got into a positive sense of it. Why? Because when you do it on web, there are still chances of fraudulity that is there. In app, it's much less. The viewability is much higher. Anything that you look from the app, because the transparency is much higher there. So if you look at it from an overall perspective for the last year, I think we've been going up and up, and it's going to go up. COVID, obviously, there's two things bad happened, but from an advertising perspective, quite a few categories have gone up. The reliance towards the apps have gone up. There's a very interesting point if you look at, and I'm sure the app owners would have realized the numbers have gone really, really up. The reason is not, it's actually tier 2, 3, and the majority of percentage, if you look at from the app perspective, it's actually 18 to 34. What we've seen is from 34 to 45 has gone up. And that's a fact of it. If I really look at my father, who's not really mobile friendly, has started to order medicines. That's actually a change. Right. So that's a very interesting that you would say, if the consumer are increasing, you actually have a lot of advertising opportunities to do.
No, you rightly mentioned, I think especially the point that you made about the user segments changing, so that the behavior change that we're seeing over the last 1 year, 2 years. I think that's quite interesting. Priyang, anything from your side, especially from the 1MG lens, and probably anything that you'd like to say?
Yeah, I think Umesh and Avinash has said very valid points, and we are also seeing with more of pandemic, COVID, these things have made customers to bring or I would say shift the buying behavior modes towards the digital side. Having said that, I always feel there will be a very balance, there will be a very stable balance between the offline and online. Both will stay. There will be a good synchronous sync between the two. What we call it as an omni-channel strategy will definitely exist. Mm-hmm. But yeah, from a user perspective, now user is becoming more and more evolved, more and more educated towards the digital technologies. And even the cohort which is considered to be elders in our family are also very much comfortable now in ordering from app or doing some social media stuff, seeing the ads, So all those things are shaping up in this particular, era.
Right. So Tanushi, anything from your side that you like to probably sum up on this particular question?
So I'll just go back to that, memes which were doing the rounds, right? So in terms of COVID has done what no CDO, CTO could do for our industry. So I guess that's the reality of our lives. We tried changing so much, but that did not happen. But COVID happens, and that's a paradigm shift that we saw in this industry. And we saw growth from uncharted territories, like what you mentioned right here. We saw older generations starting to use e-com, people who wanted to touch and feel products, really being comfortable with the platforms per se, or tier 2 markets. So all of these were things we did not really look forward to at any given point in time, or we've not really chalked out that for the last, let's say, the next 10, 2 decades or so. So
Absolutely.
yes, I mean, it's phenomenal growth that I would say has been attributed because of COVID.
So, rightly mentioned, like, especially with the user behavior which is changing and...
I just wanted to ask you one thing. Did your, during the COVID times, was paracetamol was the highest selling drug on the platform as well?
Nice one, nice one. Dolo, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was just saying about the user behavior, changing. So just from the biddable lens now, the question to you, Tanushi, is that, how you're seeing user demographics, segments changing, and how, what sort of right strategy probably the advertisers should look into to especially tap into those users with the growth that is already happening. Like, we're seeing in-app advertising growing at almost 20% CAGR globally, and India obviously fueling that. So, from the biddable lens, what would you like to say on that?
So see, I would say that advertising in general mirrors the consumer sentiments, right? Now, if we've seen such stupendous growth across these verticals, whether it's social, entertainment, gaming, fitness, these were all things or platforms that we saw really pick up. And that's exactly been the same as far as advertising is concerned as well. From a user segment, I would say it's more verticalized approach that we definitely saw. And of course, the whole fact that, segmentation parameters changed for us. Time spent, when we would normally look at, some minutes and all, it changed to hours. So I guess, people were consuming more data, more content. So the thresholds changed.
Right.
So that was a huge shift that we saw.
Interesting. I think also everyone talks about, when we're talking about in-app advertising, that, how to reach out to probably some of the tier 2 audiences also, and some of the, tier 3, tier 2 audiences, rural audiences. And I think one question which everyone is asking and trying to address is that how do you reach out to next 100 million shoppers? So probably, Urvesh, anything would you like to say on that? What sort of strategy probably from your perspective will be, important for the fellow advertisers?
So, yes, we are poised with growth coming from the InsurTech side. And as the company that I work for, this is the most aggressive user acquisition that I have also done in my life. I think there are 2-3 key things that I have realized during my stint here. Is that the first and foremost is that the product needs to be hero. If you do not have a product that is not solving a real world problem or is not related to a real world trend, probably you should not be looking for growth.
Right.
Along with that, then probably, so I'll give you an example also. The second thing that I would like to mention here is awareness, if the next level growth is required. So the example here is, most of the Indians have is connected, so probably, which is, the fact is about 76%, right, is connected to internet right now. Now, in that 76%, all of us are saying that, in digital investments have increased, digital payments have increased, there's wealth tech, there's pay tech, there's whatever, XYZ, right? But there is a whole lot of people who still do not know how to do that. There is a whole lot of people who have money, but still do not know how to do an SIP or to start a mutual fund. You have Grow, you have Zero, you have whatever, but then People do not know. What do? I think education is required. Now from that education, it is awareness/education that you have to tell them the positives about it. And then I think third thing is the big data that you are sitting on. By virtue of the data that you have collected in whatever industry that you are in, from that data you would know that what is the likelihood or probability of a person converting for you and get that new acquisition for you, right? So the idea of saying all of this is that go fish where the fish is, right? Rather than just putting your dundee inside a pond and then waiting for the fish to happen. It'll never happen, right?
Rightly mentioned. I think like especially looking at the right sort of media mix, maybe from that perspective also we can look at that okay, what will be the right sort of strategy to reach out to those users. My next question, Avinash, to you is around the what should be the right media strategy that we should be actually addressing when we are talking about from the media planning perspective, especially for our advertisers.
Sure. So I was just I wanted to add also a point to it. So I think when we talk about the markets that we're trying to reach where the numbers are really high, it's the most toughest part. It's actually not easy. When we talk datas are there, but that data is converting into numbers. It looks very fancy when it comes to talking on numbers, but when you actually get into the reality, it's very difficult. And I think it could be a different point for me, and the number of times that I speak about, I think we all say that data is the currency, but how accurate is the data? That's actually, if you really drill down to your campaigns or your marketing stats to it, you would realize that I don't know if the numbers are really converting to the best efforts. So if you say that, for example, this cookieless, the before panel that we were discussing about the cookieless environment, I think even with the cookies, if I really talk about all those remarketing that we do, it's actually good for the apps, but when it comes to advertising campaigns, it doesn't give you that much of difference as the numbers. For example, it could have been a 2% conversion. With that data, it had become 2.5. A 0.5 from a larger number could be big, but from a smaller, it's not really giving that dent that you would actually expect on, so that you invest so much of money on a cookie data. And when I say data, obviously a cookie data or a first-party data are definitely rich. So when it comes to a marketing or a media mix that we look at, and if I have to really go to a tier 3 and a 4 market, it is not just digital that's going to evolve. So the points that mentioned about, digital has grown, but I think it has to be a 360 approach. There's so many places from an angle of just doing an app advertising or just doing a Facebook or a Google, it's not going to work out. You might get numbers from an impression reach, but the goal gets off the track. So how do you make sure that there are scenarios in reality that we get? For example, there are brands who are looking at targeting the auto alas. They're looking at targeting a small shop. Let's look at YouTube and all that. So all of that mix is important. There are times when I still say that flyers also still works, but it has to be very cohesively done so that it is all connected to all of the media mix that we are trying to do. So again, it depends on the budget also. You can't really look at TV as standalone. All of that, and that we do it.
The right diversification maybe, and also looking beyond some of the traditional channels that,
exactly.
Even with our digital space.
Exactly. So that's very important. And again, from a trackability, that is very important. All of that you're able to track. We've done a lot of campaigns which comes from offline. How do we track that digitally? If we start doing that, if we start hitting that, I'm sure we get a better approach of media mix that we can drive through.
No, absolutely. And with media mix, we have been talking about the right sort of audiences that we need to reach out to, the right sort of media mix. I think the other very important aspect of in-app advertising is also attribution, which everyone talks about. And I think that is one industry-wide challenge which everyone is trying to address and probably reach out to the right sort of model which actually works from the attribution perspective. Priyank, the next question to you is, around attribution only, especially from the 1mg lens and say probably from the overall e-commerce ecosystem. I think that is very important to probably address that. Anything from your side on that?
Yeah, sure. I think very tough question. So attribution is no doubt a very big challenge for the marketeers. And we don't have, as far as I know, we don't have any very foolproof way out if we can attribute all the channels very perfectly. See, there are tips and tricks that we apply to the organizations, which I can share. See, what I do is that let's segregate the channels. There are certain brand channels for which attribution is not possible or least possible. And there are channels for which the attribution is possible. Let's divide those particular channels. The brand channels like TV, print, they're very difficult. When you talk about the digital channels, many of the brands or almost all the brands are using 1 or 2 MMPs for that. But still there are problems for that. And there are a lot of models, last click 7 days, last click 14 days. What should be the attribution window? Sometimes, we are being pushed that please increase the attribution window because the attribution is being lost. And a lot of other activities are also going into digital, like eating up the attributions and all those things. So I think what I feel and which every brand should do is that one should always develop its own way of tracking. It's very important.
Right.
I think here technology plays a very important role. The journey from outside, that is any of the ad from your own environment, when you are clicking an ad and coming to your own environment, the parameters that you are passing should be definitely be tracked back in a more robust manner. That this particular thing you should definitely, one brand should definitely develop. And also try to have more ways of tracking. One of the ways of tracking can be a coupon code. For example, if I'm running a campaign on Facebook and if I'm going up with a coupon code of FB10, then that particular coupon code will definitely be attributed.
This becomes very important, especially from the transactional apps or e-commerce lens. I think that is quite important.
Definitely. So I think high and robust use of technology plus other little bit hacks of tracking along with the usual way of MMP tracking together, you can get a fair idea of the attribution.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, please.
I think attribution, again, very, very important when it comes to the basic hygiene that we at times miss out is we're not really aware of what kind of attribution model we are trying to use. I think not to really put a judgment to that point of it, but that's a very basic because you missed out questioning yourself. Are you looking at first click? Are you looking at last click? Are you looking at time decay? Are you looking at position? You basically miss that. So what happens is the Facebook is actually working on a different attribution model. Your Google is working on a different attribution. Your server is working on a different. Finally, what happens at the end of the day, you are actually clueless about the discrepancy percentage, and we miss that out. That's it's a mess.
I think that basically the internal platforms become very important. Your CRMs, your BIs. I think that is where you need to probably sort out things, and probably the role of MMP also is quite important. So what sort of are you looking at VTAs? Are you looking at CTAs? I think that is I feel quite important. So yeah, I think with that, the next set of question for everyone is around, I think, the other industry challenge that we usually see across, while within the in-app advertising is ad fraud. I think the previous panel also discussed about the same thing about brand safety. So I think that is obviously one big problem probably that industry faces. So any thoughts around that? Maybe quick pointers. Probably Umesh, if you would like to say.
From a brand safety point of view, I think there is no set pattern that everybody can follow and would make sure that this is how you can save the brand. From my industry point of view, and that is what I can share, I think there are 2-3 things that you have to make sure that is to be done right. One is that work with good people, work with Apple probably.
Thanks for that.
Then what we do from a brand safety point of view is, and it is very, very related to your brand, that what brand you are representing. Probably advertising on sites which are related to kids might not be correct for you, but it might be very, very relevant for others. So you need to define that as to what is the right thing for you. Post which, I think the utmost important thing is monitoring. If you can do real-time monitoring, it's not that you've just automated it and somebody will just take care of it and you are through with it. I think somebody needs to do a real-time monitoring of the thing, that where the ad is getting served,
right?
Why it is happening, whether you're getting that buck out of the thing that you've invested. Post which, you should invest in good tools, because you can only go further if somebody has, given you that foundation, and then probably you can ride onto that.
Right.
So a mix of all these 4 or 5 things, I think 80-90% will cover you from that.
Makes sense, makes sense. Tanushree, anything from your side, especially on the biddable side also, I feel at times people talk about brand safety guidelines and also anything from your side.
So, while we're talking about brand safety, I think, to consider any kind of impression as authentic, right? I mean, it needs to be not just brand safe, but also by a real person,
Right.
be viewable. So,
Absolutely.
the whole, the BAV concept, as we call it, right? So, that's definitely critical. And, further to what Urmesh already mentioned, right? I think, those are the attributes, right? I mean, how do you, can you look through the entire channel strategy that one has? Can we take into consideration that we work with the partners directly? So because you know exactly who you're working with, where is the inventory being burnt. So you know who you are reaching out to, who your audience is. That gives you more visibility. If we were to go slightly more further, I think the reason why we say, biddable is slightly more powerful is because apart from knowing where your audience is, what it is, it also gives you a lot of control. Right? So because you know exactly what's happening and you have that flexibility in terms of optimizing it in a way which probably other mediums do not offer. And that's what's the game changer for us in terms of ensuring that the delivery is optimized, it is brand safe, it is everything. So, other piece that we also talk about is in terms of how do we look at pre-bid strategies. So that you're not doing a course correction, but you know exactly what's happening to your inventory even before it's served. So these are smaller things which definitely help us ensure that it's all the BAV factors are being taken into consideration.
Makes sense, absolutely, absolutely. Priyank, anything from your side?
So keeping it short, I think brand safety is very, very important for any of the brand, right? If I just bullet points, if I say in just bullet points, number one is brand should be very cautious while selecting any partner. Do the due diligence absolutely flawlessly, so that later on you should not repent. Second, finalize your business models very stringently on what model you want to work. CPC, CPS, CPV, whatever. Whatever is your objective, work on your proper business model. Third is do your the tech stack implemented robustly, so that you can track back all the things perfectly.
The role of technology.
Definitely, role of technology. And last but not the least is the data analysis. So, if anything fishy is happening and if you have a good amount of data, you can definitely benchmark that particular data with other channels.
So probably the smart team to do the analysis and all.
Right, the analytics team to do all these things. So I think if you do all these 4 things, probability of getting a fishy something definitely gets reduced.
Absolutely. Avinash, what about you?
I don't know, I always have a very different point of view at times when it comes to brand safety. I say I've seen a lot of people really get scared of it. I still say live with it. The point is, we're living in a life. There are so many good people, bad people, but we are still living it, right? So it's the same scenario there. From a brand safety point of view, important to know how is it actually being done. We need to rely on tools. There are so many in this ecosystem. I think technically, if I really talk about how many are actually using brand safety, it's going to be not more than 20%. There's still 80% who still believes that it's an extra cost. Don't want to get there. The point is because it gets too much of data to actually garner, and it's very difficult. That's a fact of it. It's actually a lot of manual data that you have to get into it. The system does its job, but you really need to get into that deep to insight, and it's actually a tedious one. The second point to it is one point very well mentioned. Just don't rely on any partners. I think what important is, what we miss out in general life is, we forget that we are also a consumer. So when you're actually using a lot of partners, you think like a consumer that if this category has to be there, and what are the kind of scenarios environment. For example, gaming as a category, very difficult, but if you start playing and just download for a time wheel to understand that, is that really throwing me some kind of a data or an ad which is not really relevant for me to be in that environment? You can actually figure that out. So that's something which is more on the realistic figure that we have to actually get into it. And most importantly, please let's know how is this brand safety calculated. a lot of time we just know that it's a brand safety. Okay, so we have to be safe. The numbers are 94%. It is wrong or right. But why is it 94%? What was actually went wrong?
Correct.
Was that really an ad which was there? Or, for example, I'll say in a lot of news category, you would say a lot of sentiments which is towards a plane crash. Or maybe a topic which is not really negative, but it is termed as negative. You have to actually get into those keywords to understand that is it really negative for me or not.
So probably differentiating with ad fraud and probably brand safety and understanding that from the data perspective.
Exactly.
That is important.
So just another addition would be, like in terms of further to the point that he mentioned. So having your own inclusion and exclusion list, right? Because
Exactly.
that's what will actually help us identify, because what is brand safe for one brand might be very different for another. And that is something which every single brand needs to do on their own. In terms of that, data control needs to happen.
I think good data, bad data. Good data to probably analyze and optimize, and bad data, of course, to weed out fraud.
Because those are technically tools, and they're working on a default keywords which are actually looking at. It's actually looking at. From that angle, it's very difficult to say that it is bad or good for me.
Also, just wanted to add what Priyank has also mentioned, that probably from a marketer point of view, that we should start working on deeper funnel actions, which is further, closer to a purchase action, rather than very top or something like that. Right. Because that is where you can actually see the ROIs coming back, and the person who's working for you would also be, conscious of the fact that paisa nahi aayega bhai agar kaam nahi.
Correct. So cool. I think thanks for that. So the last section is going to be an interesting one. We'll do a rapid fire round. Of course, no coffee hampers, but yeah, we do have a few drinks outside after the discussion. I think 2 questions for everyone. First one is one buzzword, which we have been hearing, which you all love. One which you guys are tired of hearing all the time. And the second question is, which is your favorite app? Of course, you cannot answer Policybazaar, you cannot answer 1MG, or neither you can answer any of your top advertisers. So probably Avinash, why don't you start that?
So I think a favorite could be the money, the budget that you get. I think that's from a professional aspect. The word that we would really not like to hear is the sales. It's something that everyone is after us with respect to number, which is conversion technically. So whenever you get to hear this word, oh my God, it's going to be the toughest one. So that's, from an app perspective, I think I would actually give it to WhatsApp. The reason is it's actually a very utility driven. If you really use it smartly, I think they're actually working towards these safeties and all. So I think from an app perspective, and I think one app is very difficult because in every category you have a different app to look at. For example, if it's about 1MG, it is definitely because then you're looking from that category angle. So one is difficult, but I'm sure from every entertainment could be Netflix. So multiple, but yes, I would actually give a point to WhatsApp because actually it's interesting to get your family together. So that works.
Togetherness, interesting. Priyank.
So I think buzzword would be 2, and it is like starting with the letter P. Programmatic and personalization. I think we are hearing these things in all the marketing conclaves, marketing discussions, and all those things. So I think these are the buzzwords. And if you talk about the app, I look at it differently because only having a good UI UX is not sufficient for having a good app. The overall experience that you are providing to a customer is important. So I would rate like Mobexx as a very good experience from an app perspective also, and from a customer support perspective. Although they are very stringent while delivering a credit card, but once you are a customer, they will care you forever.
Interesting. Tanushri, what about you?
So I would say the buzzword that I like is data.
Right.
For the sheer fact that it's black and white. You can't have 2 ways about it. The one that I hate right now is cookieless future. I think we've been hearing about it for so long and it just keeps getting postponed forever and ever. So now I just really want to be there to experience what it's like. App, if I were to say on the basis of the time spent, it should actually be Microsoft Teams. But looking at what I really like, I think I love Amazon to a large extent.
Okay.
For the ease of use, for the way they use data, and for the fact that I'm shopping forever. So yeah.
Right. So we have already had 3 categories of app. I think let's wait what Urvesh has to say.
Do you want me to say about the app first? All right. So the likable buzzword is metaverse. I am inquisitive, and I just can't wait to see what is going to happen, how it is going to look like, right? And I would be lucky enough to be a part of that journey if it happens in the due course, not like cookie-less sword. The one that I do not like is automation. If you're in a digital world, then it's a hygiene, right? You need to have it, right? So stop it. The app that I like is YouTube. I have stopped doing Google search, and I call it by myself. I call it Ubel search now.
Right.
So probably for anything you just need to do a YouTube and get the information. It is so fast, and do it at probably 2x takes half of the time as well, right? 2x speed is what I was talking about.
Right. So yeah, thank you so much, guys. I think my favorite app is at the moment is Jio Cinemas. I mean, it's been in the news for all the reasons, but yes, I think that's my favorite one. At least we get to watch the matches. So yeah. Thank you so much, guys. I think was really interesting, discussing with you all. Just in case if anyone has any questions, please do ask. Otherwise, I think we can end the session.
Perfect.
Cool. I think, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thanks for the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, gentlemen. We now move towards the next session of the day. It's going to be a keynote address, and the subject for the same is going to be transitioning from Web 2 to Web 3, challenges and the opportunities that await us. To take us through the session, we have with us Dr. Prakash Kamaraj, lead blockchain architect, Chingari app. Over to you, sir.
technical glitch which is sorted with. Apologies for the delay.
Try my best to keep it in a very good story mode and interactive. So yeah, before the session, just a quick show of hands. So how many of you have used Web3 platform? How many of you heard of the term Web3 so far? Sorry. So and how many? Any engineers in the house? Okay, that's good. So yeah, I think this people think that Web3 is the best word, but just to start with, I'm going to run you through some stories that it's a very complementary tech to what before that, I would like to do a short intro. Yeah, long story short, I'm actually making and I wanted to, was literally a one-to-one problem solver, and I wanted to be a one-to-many person. That's when I started pursuing tech. Pretty heard of then, took up engineering and wanted to deep dive into a lot of concepts and yeah, and going forward, I spent quite a bit of time in the medtech industry, and in between, of course, I was kind of familiar in but it wasn't until the pandemic I started and I did actually the reverse. So I kind of doubled down in terms of my freelance learning into the blockchain tech. As opposed to a lot of people who are still trying to hold on to the job, I took the reverse track of not doing full-time did much more time in the and during 21, I also happened to work closely with the Solana Foundation and, of course, even the Indian outreach. And it's interesting that Solana because they were one of the L1 blockchains that combined brand marketing into kind of and it also encourages a lot of developers to kind of onboard on the ecosystem. And it was not before long I had the opportunity to kind of meet as CEO one-to-one story to kind of now an opportunity to work in like a 1-2 million kind of experience, and the journey is just phenomenal. run you through some interesting stories. Just to quickly run through like what is Web3, like fad, or how do you take it in a very technical terms. So Web 1 is how the internet started. Right? When the internet started, there was a lot of anticipations with what it is. It is literally a fad, and that's how people wrote it off. Then it had its comeback moment after the .com. And when Web 2 started with social media and it was literally a time when literally our parents used to say, I'm never going to be on that platform. And now we have come to a place that they literally asking us to follow, like, and share their comments, right? So that's how the evolution starts. So that's literally what we are also in terms of Web3 as well. Technical terms is how you kind of read, write, and own. Ownership is nothing but what is the bundle of rights. And taking a step back, so in terms of Web 2 platforms, so what is the growth challenges? A lot of times we kind of go through the same set of problems and same set of user bases. And it's really hard to have that kind of sustainable mindset because same set of users and end up having same set of problems and particularly user base often everyone wants. How to break through that paradigm is what like multiple solutions keep coming up. And what Web3 really means in a very philosophical angle is imagine company but when you're in a public market from day one, there's literally a lot of democratic opportunity to have to the users, right? They are like literally like your shareholders from day one, and it actually kind of gives up a lot of opportunity to have a really loyal user base as you go through a lot of product phases as well. And our story in a short nutshell, of course. So the value prop is kind of simple. In traditional big tech companies, I mean, you spend a lot of time, you get dopamine, but you don't get anything out of them, nothing specifically. But in our platform, the whole story of starting it off was you spend and you also get kind of real money out of it. That has always been the goal from day one, of course, especially with our user base in tier 2, tier 3 as well, right? So even for them, the challenge has always been how to make the product really simple to use. And even a lot of our users, they don't even know what blockchain is or what crypto is. That is where the major starting story kind of started out. And just highlighting one of the major programs that we started this year, the mining program, right? So this is like a daily, this irrespective of market, we always continue this because our users' experience in the emerging markets is our main focus. So the daily active program of 50,000 tokens goes out every year. This accounts for like 14-year cycle. And of course, the circular economy is kind of maintained by revenue reserve as well. This marked a Web3 journey to start with. And I won't go into too much detail, but just some numbers in terms of web traction, as you can see, since the mining program kind of started. But the real heart of our story is actually this particular, some numbers, of course. Look at the number of users that actually activated their wallet without knowing the concept of blockchain specifically is the one at the right center, at the right. This is the number of wallets activated. It's actually two weeks old data, and it's actually we just crossed 1.7 million wallets today, right? And these are all wallets that have literally earned at least like 10 rupees from the platform, and a sizable number of also started learning like much more, and they keep coming back. And they also kind of bring back a lot of values to our product, because not just in terms of feedback loop, of course, in a kind of personal revenue as well, if you look at, and you can see. In fact, even just morning, someone also texted, like, we reached our highest daily active users just yesterday. And it also kind of shows that bull or bear, it doesn't matter. The user base always comes first. And taking a step back, how did this happen? Like, the perception is always that Chingari is like a Web2 platform, like how do we educate people, right? So the biggest problems is the blockchain world is still working on the infrastructure level. There are not a lot of exact standard examples in terms of products, and the product kind of literally has shaped like a Gari Web3 stack. That's how we like to call it. And if you look at the three key takeaways, it's like these are tangible rewards, these are real monies. The content creators from 0 to 1 in a month's time, they're able to see real money earning from the platform. In other platforms, there is no way you can actually do that, regardless of market conditions. And there's always like a revenue path, right? Revenue path in a sense, in terms of what value also they also bring to a platform. And of course, we try to bring the best experience to their creator journey as well. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, the sustainable growth and sticky user base always kind of stands out. So when you're in the battle tested from day one, I think this is what kind of stands out a lot. And talking a bit more on latest product launch. We like to call it as the Gari Web3 stack. So this again, we want to like kind of take a step back, like what is special about it? Like what do we want to talk about it? Of course, products are different, but taking a step back, I'd like to take out the previous slide as well. So the democratic opportunity is not just for the users, it's also for a lot of companies that can adopt this tech without having to go through the legal hassles or the process of launching their own token. There are several factors that kind of hold them back. But think of this. Imagine if you wanted to launch, but you're okay if the legal side of things is handled by someone else who can literally handhold you the process. And that's your smart exposure that you can have towards the Web3 opportunity, right? So that we have had like actually several companies reach out to us in terms of how can we actually enter it in a very safe exposure. So that's why we like to call it as the Gari Web Stack approach. Yeah, just a single example that since the mining is already like a proven tested product, like any companies that kind of reach out to us will be through the, like this is how it kind of happens. We offer them the reward mining APIs and their user base, I mean, literally our user base can also become their user base at a very fractional cost. And because the major paradigm shift has been the user habits. So when even for when a tier 2, tier 3 Web3 user base are able to go through the habit of spending habits as well, because when they earn from the platform, they always tend to stick around, and the spending habits are also kind of incurred in the same cycle. And when we kind of partner with specific companies, the same habit is kind of retained when they go towards other platform as well. So this is kind of nutshell like how we'd like to call it in terms of at least the first public-facing product we could call it. And that's just like one of it. Of course, we have like a bunch of product supports that we would offer and handhold little companies in terms of launchpad support, staking, smart wallets. And this is one of the most interesting projects that we'll be doing in terms of what we like to call as Web3 ads. In terms of offerings that why would it that they would want to reach out to us? What is the value add that we bring to the table? That's where we'd like to call early backers kind of helped us with the legal engineering. So Gari as a US-based entity is kind of well positioned to collaborate with a lot of Web2 partners that we bring into the table. And rest of the products just become like plug and play kind of products, right? So everything is very easy to interface with through partnerships. So they literally become your products as well. So that's where we'd like to democratize by partnering with companies who want to have that exposure. And of course, so this is going to be the most exciting to me personally as well. It was interesting to hear some of the talks in terms of cookieless advertising, identity-based innovations as well. I think that's literally the direction that we all will be heading towards as well. So when it comes to Web3 ads, the focus is going to shift from KYC to KYW, meaning know your wallet. So imagine when the KYC is like a biggest hindrance right now to onboard a user. Just imagine what you can do when you can reduce their onboarding experience if they just have a wallet. They don't want to share any of the data with the platform. So that's where it's going to be a big game changer. So when Web3 ads, the first pilot that we're testing right now is any partner company advertising on the platform. Web2 ads is always, traditional ads always have a hindrance factor. We just wait to skip the ads at the end. There's no rewarding mechanisms. So in these kind of ads that we're kind of testing, you're rewarded in real time for watching an ad through the tokens that we get from that are bought by our partners. That is the step one. Later on, we'll be transitioning towards a layer where we're also able to reach out to international user base. These just happen organically. Right now, the international feed exposure is close to 15% with literally zero marketing. So because that's the kind of advantage that we have been able to do through Web3 marketing. And eventually, KYW kind of standards will be a literally game changer because when you're able to just know the wallet kind of insights, that is sufficient to know the user and be able to provide the best experience to them and also accelerate through kind of reward mechanisms as well. And to sum it up, of course, there is a lot of ways you can call it, of course, in terms of what verticals we're kind of looking at right now. Of course, social media, we want to have less predatory platforms that harvest on your data, your time, and give you back nothing. So imagine if you could have 100 more social medias coming from India, right? That's going to be a great future. And performance marketing, of course, there is no dearth of innovation happening right now. A lot of talks happen today as well. So e-commerce is one. E-commerce will also be kind of betting big on that. And hospitality industry, they're also like big players. They're also kind of reaching out to us in terms of partnering, in terms of how we can take it forward. Because one key insight is you can only have the time to build in a bear market. When the bull market comes back, nobody's going to have time to do any of that. So we kind of help in terms of reducing that building time from like 12 months to literally just a matter of 6 to 8 weeks. That's all it takes to adopt our tech stack. And learn and earn is also going to be a huge behavioral game changer, because user education is also one of our huge portfolios in terms of wanting to educate our user base, trying to dilute the concepts in very simple concepts. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having such numbers in terms of wallets activation as well. Of course, we have a rockstar team as well. Our co-founder Deepak is also here, and he's a marketing giant. And the term that I mentioned in terms of legal engineering was literally a big shout out to Republic. They have been like big subword in terms of being in the industry for close to a decade, and they literally come from the land of Facebook. They could have invested in any of the companies, but they chose to invest in us and bet big on India. I think that's where they kind of believe, which kind of transformed the future of Web3 as well. Of course, this is more of a brainstorming question. So just a general question to the audience here. So of course, there are a lot of techs and solutions everyone is doing. Layer 2s are doing, layer 1s are doing. Polygon will also be doing their own, of course, or most of you would be learning. So why would a company reach out to us than probably reaching out to the L1s or L2s directly? Can any of you think of any logical answer to that? Cool, no problem. So just to take a step back, this is also backed on a thesis, right? Because we are able to be in a position where we have the product business expertise and as well as the user base as well that we have. This is something that L1s, L2s will not be looking at. None of the blockchains are going to do the hand-holding of walking you through the markets and verticals. They are much more focused on the infrastructure layer and developers as well. We got a step beyond in terms of simplifying the solutioning, right? No, you don't need to go through like 12 months of building when you can offer the stack solutioning in like a matter of months, and tech team can eventually handle that. Of course, just again, like taking a step back, so legal engineering kind of helped. That kind of offers the legal safe harbor in terms of navigating through the complexities. And of course, Chingari is the perfect case study for us because we have been able to migrate a ton of users from the monthly active user base that come from the traditional users angle as well. And of course, the main thing is within a matter of 6 months, we kind of excelled in terms of onboarding user base. The next step, of course, and the next step will always be focusing a bit more on the retention angle as well. I think that's where we kind of stand as a really good case study in terms of going forward in the space. Yeah, and just as I mentioned, like we have a lot of huge opportunities. We actually have like a 1 month window. We are talking to companies, shortlisting like 20 companies to be part of our first violet in terms of the Web3 ads that we are doing. And of course, our team is here. We can reach out to us, and of course, you can learn along with us, and we kind of do the right hand-holding to support your Web3 journey as well. Yep. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prakash. And with that, we come to the end of the summit bit at Mobexx 2022. Part 2 of the evening will be the award ceremony, which will take place in about 40 minutes from now. So we take a break, and we look forward to seeing you here at 7:30 for the award ceremony, where we will have a list of awards that will be presented based on performances and achievements. Hope all of you are having a very good day. Once again, on behalf of the initiative by Ad Gully, we would like to thank all our sponsors who've made Mobexx 2022 possible. Our gold partners, Hybrid, Web3 technology partners, Chingari, innovation partners, Sepads, and also thanking our gift partners, Joy Personal Care, our event partners, Pixel by Pixel as well. We look forward to seeing you. Like I said, we take a break. See you at around 7:30. Thank you.
Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects. Artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is in-video, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exact चाहिए. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects. Artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is in-video, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian नहीं, exact चाहिए. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects, artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is in-video, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exact चाहिए. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects, artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is in-video, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exact चाहिए. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी स्किन को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक बॉडी लोशन से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects, artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is in-video, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exact चाहिए. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects, artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is in-video, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exact चाहिए. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects. Artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is in-video, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exact चाहिए. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects. Artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is in-video, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%. High-quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exact चाहिए. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. The success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects, artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is in-video, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high-quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exact चाहिए. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects, artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is in-video, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of in-visual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high-quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exactly. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects, artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is in-video, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high-quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exactly. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? Nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
is in visual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects, artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is InVideo, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exact chili. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects, artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is InVideo, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exact chili. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects, artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is InVideo, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exactly. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects, artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is InVideo, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exactly. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects, artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is in-video, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exact chili. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects, artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is in-video, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exact chili. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects, artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is in-video, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exactly. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects, artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is in-video, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exactly. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hype, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hype.
What is InVisual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects, artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is InVideo, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of InVisual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Vox project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
International ingredients.
Skin Indian or ingredients international? हम exotic नहीं, exactly. Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी skin को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपाहट. एक body lotion से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful by nature.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free.
A very good evening, everyone.
Right? Introducing.
Welcome to
Gaudi
part
Web3
2
Stack.
of Mobexx
It
2022.
consists of all the
We've already had the summit with various panel discussions. Panelists who have discussed various topics revolving around the mobile ecosystem, but we now are geared up for the second half of the day, which is the Mobexx 2022 awards, where we will have awards being presented to various performers and achievers in the mobile ecosystem. We have awards that go in triple digits, so it's going to be a long list of awards and a long list of recipients who will join us on stage. So if I can request everybody to be kindly seated, we would start as soon as we can. Thank you. A very good evening, everyone, once again. Welcome to Mobexx 2022 Awards. We are very, very grateful to all our sponsors who've made this event possible. On behalf of this initiative by AdGully, we would like to thank them all. Our gold partner, Hybrid, Web3 technology partner, Chingari, innovation partner, Sepats, and also thanking our gift partners, Joy Personal Care. We would like to thank them all. Can I please request our crew to play the AV of our sponsors as well on the big screen? Thank you.
Honey and almonds are the best nourishing ingredients. And guess what? They're from India. ये मेरी स्किन को रखे nourished without any चिपचिपा. एक बॉडी लोशन से और क्या चाहिए? So तमाशा दूर, nourishment भरपूर. Joy, beautiful honey.
Want to jump into Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You've been wondering how Web3 transition can be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Guardian Web3 Stack. It consists of all your Web3 elements, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Guardian users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here are some Chingari Guardian stacks. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingari and Guardian by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience, and creatives. That's why we built Hive, an in-house programmatic platform for mobile games and other apps to acquire new users and re-engage with dormant ones in a more effective way. Grow your apps, gain insights, perform better. Use Hive.
Visual advertising. InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects. Artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of visual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is in video, which adds an advertisement into video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of visual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Box project works only with the best publishers in each region. It can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
Thanking them all, may I now have the pleasure of requesting Bijoya Ghosh, founder and CEO at Gully, to join us on stage and speak a few words before the award ceremonies begin. Like you all know, Mobexx is on its 6th season, and it's been the brainchild of AdGully, and I'm sure she takes great pride in seeing each one of you here this wonderful evening. Ma'am, can I request you to join us on stage, please? I won't heels, though I managed to look a little taller than I usually am, but she says, no, I'll still need a stool. So we do it for you, ma'am. There you go.
I'm a short person, unfortunately, can't do much. So these are some of the things as founders you do. Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to 6th edition of Mobexx 2022. It's wonderful to see you all today at Mobexx. Over the last 5 years, Mobexx Awards has been putting the spotlight on the outstanding works, campaigns, and achievements in the field of mobile. The road to finding the winners of Mobexx Awards 2022 has been an exciting one, where our esteemed jury members did a splendid job spending long hours, patiently and judiciously selecting the most deserving work. We would like to convey our heartfelt gratitude for their contribution to Mobexx Awards 2022. Now, friends, without much ado, I open up the stage to the winners of Mobexx Awards Each of you is a shining star of the industry. Before I leave the stage, I would like to thank all the sponsors who've helped us in putting this event together. And of course, last but not the least, my team who's always supported me in all the ventures that I have done. Thank you, team, and thank you everyone who's come here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And we begin with the much-awaited Mobexx 2022 awards, various categories, and it's all revolving around the mobile ecosystem. And to present the first set of awards, may I have the pleasure of requesting Gauri Avasthi from the Artisan Street, and also Ms. Thanushri for Group M, and also Shibo Sengupta to join us on stage to present the awards, please. Can we have you on stage? Thank you so much. नेहल इसको निकाल दो ना यहाँ से प्लीज नहीं 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 चलेगा हाँ आराम से And the first award is for the category Best Use of Gamification Within Games. And please put your hands up for the winner. The campaign name is Beat the Global Max Score, a deliciously fun game. Bronze in the category, and this goes to Lace Max. Congratulations. Yes, we do have the team here with us. Bronze in the category Best Use of Gamification Within Games. The nominations have come in from Pocket. Congratulations. The next award, which is again of the same category, the silver in this one. Nominations from InMobi for the campaign Coin Switch Kuba raised awareness about cryptocurrency investment through content innovation on Screen Zero. And this one goes to Coin Switch Kuba. Congratulations. The gold in the category for best use of gamification within games for the campaign Z5RRR, which is Rise, Roar and Revolt, nominated by M Canvas Advertising, goes to Z5. Congratulations. The next category of awards is for the category Mobile Advertising Excellence in App Install Campaign. And the bronze in this category for the campaign launch of Zepto 10-minute grocery delivery via Xerxes, nominated by Zepat Media, goes to Zepto. Congratulations. Well, they can jointly receive this in that case. The nominations have just come in from Zepat's Media. The award, like we mentioned, goes to Zepto. Just in case there's a confusion, we would like to just clarify it, clarifying this one. Can we have the team from Zepto joining us on stage, please? clarify कर लो सुधीर sir is saying अच्छा ठीक है ओके The silver in the category of mobile advertising excellence and app install campaign goes to the brand A23, and the nominations have been from Paytm Ads. Congratulations. The user campaign A23 Games acquires new users. Yeah, there are 104 awards. I understand, but yeah, thanks. Congratulating all the winners. Like I said, we have about 104 awards. So for me to keep asking you to clap for every award is certainly going to waste 10 seconds per an award. So I'm just trying to save time. If you could please clap for all the winners, that would be really appreciated. Thank you. The next one, which is the goal for the category, and in this one, the brand is Healthify Me, for which the campaign done was India's Fitness Revolution is here. And the award will go to Apple's Mass Platform and Healthify Me. Congratulations. Congratulating the team. We now move to the next award, which is the best e-commerce platform for smart e-cycles. And this one, the nominations, congratulations there to Fractal Inc. Design Studio for the brand Hero Lectro. It's also very nice to see an enthusiastic panel of presenters presenting their awards on stage, I must say, to the trial. We move to the next category, the award for mobile advertising excellence in AR/VR campaign for the brand Dabur Meswak. The campaign was India's largest co-curated Ganesha mural converted to an NFT. And the bronze in the category, please put your hands up for Tonic Worldwide. The next one is the silver in the category for the brand McDonald's. The campaign McDonald's Sing 2, Grabbing Sing 2, Happy Meals through Augmented Reality. And the nominations have come in from Pocket. Congratulations. Team Pocket on stage, please. Yes, we do. Second one for the night. Pocket has already won an award for best use of gamification within games. And this one, a silver. The gold in the category for the brand Park Avenue Dio. The campaign Flaunt Your Golden Wings with Park Avenue Dio. And congratulations, Madison Media win the gold. A round of applause for Madison Media, please, as they join us on stage. Congratulations and thank you to our presenters as well. You can join us amongst the audience. Thank you so much. To present the next set of awards, may I have the pleasure of requesting Mr. Jaybir from Havies as well as Piyush Chahar, OLX Auto and Ashish Bhargava DS Group to join us on stage. The next category is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Brand Campaign M&E. The silver in this category for the campaign HH Refresh, which is Hindustan. And congratulate the winners. Please put your hands up for Hindustan Media Ventures. Do we have somebody from Hindustan Media Ventures here with us? I think we will proceed to the next one in their absence. Congratulations nonetheless. The award will be sent across and delivered to them very soon. The gold in the category Mobile Advertising Excellence in Brand Campaign M&E. For the campaign, Star Sports ignites passion for cricket through unique storytelling mobile experience. The brand Star Sports and the nominations there. Please put your hands up for InMobi. Congratulations. The next category, which is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Content Marketing, and this one for the brand Alphenlibe Just Jelly, the campaign Alphenlibe Just Jelly Baker Studio Season 1. Please put your hands up for Schwank, please, everyone, the winners. Just in case the team isn't present, do we move to the next one? We'll proceed to the next one. The silver in the category for Mobile Advertising Excellence in Content Marketing. This one for Snapdeal. Please put your hands up for Pivot Roots. The next one, the gold. And for you next, the award will go to Paytm Ads. Congratulations, Paytm Ads. Mobile advertising excellence in content marketing. The gold goes to Paytm Ads. The next category, mobile advertising excellence in conversational AI for the brand Ultra Tech, and it goes to Mindshare. Congratulations, Mindshare. Do we have anybody from Mindshare here with us? Well, looks like we don't, but let's proceed to the next one. The next category is mobile advertising excellence in CRM campaign for the brand Bonvita, and it goes to Paytm Ads. Congratulations. Can we have the crew from Paytm Ads, please? Congratulations. And next category, the best digital solution for insurance advisors for the brand Turtlemint Insurance Broking Services. The award goes to Fractal Inc. Design Studio. Congratulations. The next award is for the category Best Mobile App for Health and Fitness, the brand Healthify Me, and the award goes to Apple's Mass Platform and Healthify Me. Congratulations, a gold. The next award is for the best mobile wallet, and for the brand Mobexx, the award goes to App Labs Media. Congratulations, App Labs Media. The next award is for the best usage of chatbot for the brand Home Credit Philippines, and the award goes to Bang in the Middle. Best usage of chatbot, that's the category for the brand Home Credit Philippines. Bang in the Middle winning this one. The next award is for the category Mobile Advertising Excellence in an in-app advertising campaign. The bronze for the brand Mama Earth. Please put your hands up for Paytm Ads. They're winning quite a few awards today. Can we have a round of applause, please, for Paytm Ads? The next award is the silver in this category for the brand Flipkart, and the award goes to M Canvas Advertising. Congratulations. We also have another award being presented in the silver category. For the same category, Z5 is the brand, and this one goes to Zepats Media, the silver being shared by two brands. Congratulations. Congratulations, Zepats. And we move to the next one, which is the gold in the very same category. Put your hands up for the next award, the gold in the category for the brand Swiggy. Hashtag Swiggy has it all. It goes to Apple's Mass Platform and MNC Saatchi. Thank you so much. Can I also request gentlemen to occupy seats amongst the dais? Thank you so much for presenting the awards. To present the next set of awards, can I have the pleasure of requesting Shri Karan Kumar, DLF, Megha Marwa for White Reverse Media, and Alka Witch, hashtag Orange on stage, please. If you could please request you to join us. Karan Kumar, sir, if you're here as well. The next category, Mobile Advertising Excellence in Integrated Campaign, M&E, the silver, this one for the brand Hindustan. Put your hands up for Hindustan Media Ventures. But there's nobody from HMV, if I'm not mistaken. We didn't have anybody coming in earlier, so I think the award can be collected back. Collected back, no? They're not there. What same? Previous one? Same बोले तो अभी जो announce किया वो नहीं आए थे. अच्छा okay. The first one. अभी जो announce किया था वही. We'll have the award being presented because we have somebody from HMV here. Congratulations. A round of applause there, please. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Integrated Campaign M&E for Hindustan Media Ventures. The gold in the category for the same, the brand being ZTV, and the award goes to Small Big Idea LLP. Congratulations. Is there anybody from Small Big Idea LLP? I doubt. Yeah. All right. The next category is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Moment Marketing for the brand Zepto, and it goes to Mobile Venue. Congratulations. Anybody from Mobile Venue here? Yes. Congratulations. Silver in the category goes to the brand that was dealt with, the brand being Dettol, and the award goes to M Canvas Advertising. Congratulations. And the gold in this category for the brand Dabur Chyawanprash goes to Spang. Congratulations. Do we have our representatives here? Yes, we do. Congratulations, gentlemen. Can I request you to join us on stage, please? The next category is Best App for Ordering Beverages, and for the brand Starbucks India, it goes to Fractal Ink Design Studio. Yes, we have the ladies joining us. Congratulations again. The next award is for Best Mobile App in the category of Financial Services for the brand Bajaj FinServ app. It goes to Arm Worldwide. Congratulations. The next award is for the category Best Mobile App for Real Estate, and for the brand Broker Network, it goes to Waters Advertising. Congratulations. The next award, Best Mobile App for News, and put your hands up for Money Control. Congratulations. To the very few who are clapping, thank you so much. Makes me feel a little good about my job. Yeah, thanks. Congratulations there to Money Control on winning this one. The next category is Best Platform for Ad Tech Solutions, and it goes to InMobi. Congratulations, InMobi.
Thanks a lot for actually selecting Mobexx as the best platform for ad tech solutions. It's been a real journey for us over the last 15 years in terms of really constantly innovating and providing the best to advertisers, agencies and all our partners across the globe and especially in India. Thanks to the Actely team and the jury for selecting us. We will continue to invest and grow and innovate on the front of advertising and marketing for our
He sent us a message. Thank you so much. And we now have yet another award which will be presented, which is the Best Mobile App for Video, Entertainment and Sports for the brand Elo Elo. It goes to Mobile Avenue. Congratulations. Can we have the crew from Mobile Avenue if you're here, please? Yes, we do. Congratulations. Mob Avenue winning this one. Thank you, ladies. Can I request you to occupy your seats amongst the audience? Thank you for doing the honors. To present the next set of awards, may I have the pleasure of requesting Ashish Bhargava DS Group, Sri Gandharva Sachdeva Hybrid and Vipul Kedia Affle to join us on stage, please. Thank you so much. The first category in this one, Mobile Advertising Excellence in Brand Campaign Gaming. The silver in the category goes to Player Sport Media Private Limited. Congratulations. The gold in the category for the brand GameZ by Gamescraft, and the award goes to Zepats Media. Congratulations. And as they receive the award, can I have the pleasure of requesting the next winner which is for the category Mobile Advertising Excellence in Integrated Campaigns, CPG, for the brand Mobexx, and it goes to M Canvas Advertising. Congratulations. The next award is for Mobile Advertising Excellence in Integrated Campaigns, CPG Gold, for the brand Pepsi. It goes to Edelman India. Congratulations. If there's anybody from Edelman India here, please. It doesn't look like it. We'll move on to the next one, which is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Launch Campaign for the brand Center Fruit. And the award goes to Shwang. Congratulations. Can we have you on stage? Moving on to the next one, a silver in the category of Mobile Advertising Excellence in Launch Campaign for McDonald's. It goes to Pocket. Congratulations, Pocket. We also have the silver being presented to yet another recipient of the award for the brand Asus, and this goes to M Canvas Advertising. Congratulations. After the silvers, because we had two of them, the gold in the category for Mobile Advertising Excellence in Launch Campaign for the brand LG goes to Zepats Media. The bronze in the category of Mobile Advertising in Rich Media Campaign, and this one will go to InShots India Advertising and Services. Congratulations, InShots. The silver in this category for the brand Asian Paints via Madison. Please put your hands up again. Zepats Media. The silver is also being shared for The same category for the brand Ultra Tech, and congratulations, put your hands up. M Canvas Advertising. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Rich Media Campaign. And as the photograph is being clipped, let me announce the name of the winner. The gold in this category, and put your hands up for the brand Unilever. It will go to Pocket. Congratulations, Pocket. The next award is for Mobile Advertising Excellence in Sales Promotion Campaign for the brand Cuckoo FM, and it goes to Mob Avenue. Congratulations. Wishing you the best. The next category is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Sales Promotion Campaign. The gold, this one, for the brand ICICI Securities. Please put your hands up for Media Zotic. Congratulations, Media Zotic. Congratulations. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us on stage. To present the next set of awards, can I please request Mr. Kaushik for Windsor and Ishan Jindal for Warp to join us on stage, please. Also requesting Gauri Avasthi for Artisan Street to join us on stage to present the awards. Yeah, we already have two of them, so I think we'll proceed. Kaushik for Windsor, Ishan Jindal for Wob, and Gauri Avasthi for Artisan Street. The next awards, the first one, the best online ecosystem for cycling enthusiasts for the brand Hero Firefox, and the award goes to Fractal Ink Design Studio. Congratulations. The next award, Best Mobile App for Stock Market. Please put your hands up. It goes to Money Control. Wishing you many more success stories ahead. The next category, mobile advertising excellence and user acquisition campaign for the brand Broker Network, and the award goes to Waters Advertising. Congratulations, Waters. The next award is the silver in the same category for the brand Swiggy. And the award goes to InMobi. Congratulations. Congratulations, InMobi. The silver is also being presented to another company which has implemented this campaign for Kotak 811. Can we also have a round of applause for the silver in the same category? Mob Avenue, congratulations. Moving to the gold in the category of acquisition campaign for the brand A23, the award goes to Paytm Ads. Congratulations. The next category is mobile advertising excellence and voice for the brand OnePlus, and the award goes to M Canvas Advertising. Congratulations. The next category with bronze, silver and gold is mobile advertising excellence and social media campaign, and the bronze will go to Madison Media. Congratulations. The silver in the same category, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands up for the brand Center Fruit. It will go to Shebang. Congratulations. I think we'll move to the next one just in case they aren't here. The gold in the category for the brand Dabur Meswak, and it goes to Tonic Worldwide. Congratulations. The next category is mobile advertising excellence and use of video for the brand PhonePe. Put your hands up for the winner, bang in the middle. And as they receive the award, can I also request the winners of the silver in this category to join us on stage for the brand MX player. The award will go to Zepats Media. And the gold in the category in excellence use of video, the award goes to Hindustan Media Ventures. Congratulations. Do we have anybody from Hindustan Media Ventures? I don't think we do. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. To present the next set of awards, can I have the pleasure of requesting S. Divakar for News First, and also Alok Pandey for Zepats to join us on stage, please. Can we also have Harkaval Singh for Dabur on stage with us? Shri S. Divakar, Harkaval Singh and Alok Pandey. Also requesting Aditi Tandon for Network 18 to join us on stage, please. The next award is the award for the best tool for sorting and editing photo batches for the brand Pixsniff. It goes to Fractal Ink Design Studio. Congratulations, Fractal Ink. The next award is for the best mobile app for in-store commerce for the brand Bajaj Finserv Insta EMI card. It goes to Arm Worldwide. Congratulations, Arm Worldwide, winning this one for in-store commerce. And the next award is for the best mobile app in social and networking. And this award will go to Mob Avenue. Congratulations, Mob Avenue. Congratulations. And the next award is the award for mobile advertising excellence in location-based targeting. The bronze in this category for the brand Swiggy. Please put your hands up for Apple's Mass Platform and MNC Saatchi. And coming to the next one, the silver in this category for the brand Pass Pulse. goes to Foxy Moron. Congratulations. And the gold in this category for the brand Domino's goes to Media Zotic. Congratulations, Media Zotic, for winning this one. Mobile advertising excellence in location-based targeting. Do we have anybody from Media Zotic here with us? We do? Yes. Congratulations. Congratulations again. The next one is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Brand Campaign, CPG. The silver goes to Paytm Ads for the brand Bonvita. Congratulations, Paytm Ads. And the gold in this category goes for the brand that was dealt with, which is Unilever, and the award goes to Pocket. Congratulations. Congratulations, Pocket. The next award goes to the category of Mobile Advertising Excellence in Integrated Campaign of Food and Beverages for the brand Center Fruit. Please put your hands up for the winner shebang winning this one. Can we have the representatives of the crew members, please, if they're here? I don't think they're here, so if you can please collect it. They are here? Are they here? No, they aren't. I don't think so. Thank you. The gold in the category, congratulations. Congratulations. Also, thank you, gentlemen, for presenting the awards. Thank you so much. And presenting the next set of awards, can I have the pleasure of requesting Shri Priyank Agarwal, Tata 1MG, and Abhishek Punya, Arms Digital, to join us on stage. Thank you so much. And as they do, let me begin with the awards. The next one, the category of Mobile Advertising Excellence and Native Advertising Campaign for the brand Farm Easy, and it goes to Paytm Ads. And the silver in this category for the brand Rajnigandha Pearls, it goes to The Mob. Congratulations. And the gold in this category, please put your hands up, goes to Zepats Media. Congratulations, Zepats. The brand Asian Paints via Madison. The next award is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Messaging Campaign for the brand Dabur Red Toothpaste. And the award goes to ICE Media Lab and Analytics. Congratulations, ICE. And the gold in the same category for the brand Tata Tea. Please put your hands up for the winners in Mobi. Congratulations. The next category is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Brand Campaign Healthcare. For the brand side on, it goes to M Canvas Advertising. Congratulations. Winning the bronze in the category of Brand Campaign Healthcare. The silver in the same category for the brand ResMed India. Please put your hands up. Goes to Bang in the Middle. Congratulations. And the gold in the category of Brand Campaign Healthcare for the brand Farm Easy goes to Paytm Ads. Congratulations, Paytm Ads. The next award is for Mobile Advertising Excellence in Programmatic Campaign, and for the brand Josh, it goes to App Labs Media. Congratulations. And as they receive the award, the silver in this very category for the brand My Glam goes to Mob Avenue. Congratulations. The silver is also being presented to another firm, and for the brand Cashify, it goes to Media Zotic. Congratulations. Media Zotic joining us on stage to receive the award, which is the silver in the category of programmatic campaign. And the gold in this category for the brand Zepto goes to Zepats Media. Congratulations, Zepats. The next award goes for Mobile Advertising Excellence in Integrated Marketing M&E, and the bronze in this, put your hands up, goes to News 18. Congratulations and thank you, gentlemen, for presenting the awards on stage with us. Requesting to take your seats. To present the next awards, can I request Mr. Mukesh Vij, #Orange, and Akshay Chaturvedi for Video.ai to join us on stage. Thank you so much. Mukesh Vij. The next award is the Best Smartphone of the Year award, and this one for the brand Realme GT2 Pro goes to Alphabet Consulting. Congratulations. A round of applause please for the winners in this category, Alphabet Consulting. Can we please have you on stage if you're here with us? Yes, we do. And as the award is being presented, it gives me pleasure to announce the next award, which is the Most Outstanding Mobile Attribution Solution. And the award goes to Traffic Guard. Congratulations, Traffic Guard. Congratulations, Traffic Guard. And the next award is... Yep, and as a phone is something that we can't live without, a quick photograph on the phone, after which we move to the next award. The next award is for the Most Outstanding Offering by a Publisher, and for the brand Dabur's Red Toothpaste. Please put your hands up. It goes to Densuex. Congratulations. अभी ना वो मेरा पेपर तेरे हाथ में है, तुझे मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है वीडियो ना Congratulations. The next award is for the most outstanding programmatic platform for mobile advertising, and the award goes to InMobi. Congratulations. We also have a small message coming in from Rajesh on video for the same. मैंने अनाउंस कर दिया
Thanks to the jury and the Adgali team for selecting InMobi as the most outstanding programmatic platform for mobile advertising. We are really grateful and very happy to have been recognized for all the efforts we've done in managing programmatic in India. Thanks again. Have a great day.
Well, looks like we're all having a great evening. Thank you so much, Rajesh. The next award is for Mobile Advertising Excellence in Mobile Games, and as presenters for the awards join us back on center stage. This one for the brand Xerxes by Zapaz goes to Zapaz. Congratulations. I'm just checking if you need an extra table there to place all the awards. They won quite a few tonight. Congratulations, Zapaz, to each one of you from the crew. The next award is for the leader in digital transformation for local media, and the award goes to Newsreach. Congratulations, Newsreach. As the award is being received, the next award is Best Experience and UI UX Design Consultancy Award, and it goes to Bang in the Middle. Congratulations, BIM. The next award is the Most Preferred Mobile Accessories and Gadgets Brand Award, and for the brand Realme, the award goes to Alphabet Consulting. Congratulations. Congratulations, Alphabet Consulting, and thank you, gentlemen. Can I request you to occupy seats amongst the audience? To present the last set of awards for the night for Mobexx 2022 awards, can I request Mr. Vikas Kanchandani, Distro Scale, who isn't here with us already. He's not here with us at the venue at the moment. Can I also request Himanshu Nagrecha for Traffic Guard to join us on stage to present this one, please? And Gandharva Sachdeva for Hybrid. The upcoming award, the next one is for AdGully Young Guns Male of the Year Agency, and the award goes to Digital. Congratulations. He hasn't come this evening already. It will be presented to him or sent to him. Okay, all right. The next one is for Ad Gully Young Guns Female of the Year, and it goes to Digital Marketing Lead Strategy and Analytics, Sharmeen Hassan. Congratulations. The next award, which is the Ad Gully Young Guns Male of the Year Marketer. Please put your hands up, Digital Marketing Manager Gautam Ahuja. The next award is for the Programmatic Mobile Campaign of the Year, and the award goes to Zepats Media. Congratulations. And as Zepats Media wins this one, it's time to move on to the next award, which is the Most Creative Mobile Campaign of the Year award for the brand Dabur Meswak. Please put your hands up. The award goes to Tonic Worldwide. The next award is for the Most Innovative Mobile Campaign of the Year award. The goal in this category, please put your hands up for the brand Ultratech Cement. The award goes to Mindshare. Congratulations, Mindshare. Team Ultratech, are you here with us at least? I think we'll have to move on to the next one and present the award to them later on. The next award is the Most Promising Mobile Agency of the Year award, and please put your hands up. App Labs Media wins this one. Congratulations. The next award is for the Most Promising Mobile Agency of the Year, and this one goes to Mob Avenue. Congratulations, Mob Avenue. The next award is the award for the Mobile Advertising Organization of the Year. They won, I think, quite a few awards. They must be leading the number of awards in terms of the quantity that I can still see on the table there. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mobile Advertising Organization of the Year, Zepats Media. Congratulations, and with that we come to the end of the official bid at Mobexx 2022 Awards. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on stage and presenting the awards. I mean, like I said, there were 104 awards. For me to practically ask you to clap for every award isn't something that's very genuine of me. I'm somebody who's very practical. I mean, being seated there, even I wouldn't be probably clapping for all the 124 with all my enthusiasm. But now that we are done with, can we have a round of applause for everybody, please, for making this evening happen, for making this evening wonderful. To everybody who's won awards, congratulations, keep it going. To the ones who haven't, there's always a next time. But to everybody who's been a part of Mobexx 2022, either the summit or the awards, thank you so much. Your presence is what has made this evening very wonderful here at Gurugram. We shall proceed for cocktails and dinner, of course, but I'm sure the socializing will continue. Thank you so much once again. The 6th season of Mobexx Awards and Summit, brought to you by AdGully, like you all know, event partnered by Pixel. Thanking all our sponsors once again. Our gold partners, Hybrid, Web3 technology partners, Chingari, innovation partners, Zepads, and also our gift partners, Joy Personal Care. Thank you, everyone. Hope all of you have had a very great day. We look forward to having a greater evening ahead. Like they say, the night has just begun. See you around. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Web3 and power up your user base for exponential growth? You must be wondering how Web3 transition could be hassle-free and simplified, right? Introducing Gaudi Web3 Stack. It consists of all the Web3 benefits, such as a smart wallet manager, access to Gaudi users' incentives, staking, DAO tools, smarter community support. Here's some Chingadi Gaudi stats. Our Web3 users could be yours. Replicate the success of Chingadi and Gaudi by partnering with us for a hassle-free Web3 upgrade.
App developers struggle to gain transparency and insights when advertising. Using black box solutions prevent app developers from growing expertise on what's really working for them in terms of placements, audience,